Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, good morning, good morning to you. Good morning to you. We got more Karen Reed to read. Good morning to you. Yeah, we do. We got some dumps. Not a lot, but we got a few new things. So we're gonna come in early and get her done. Come in early and get her done, as they say in country world. You country. Good morning, Gerald. Good morning. One sunny day. Yeah, this is no makeup. Just mascara, lip gloss, and eyebrows. That's all we got this morning. That's all we got. Okay, guys, we really do have some new Karen Reed documents that just hit, and we're going to read them. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Why is this all messed up? There we go. My thing doesn't want to do what I want it to do, but at least I have a good connection. At least the connection is good right now. Let me get this sized appropriately. One more. Okay. Glasses on, and we're going to get to reading. Some of the stuff that's hit the news is now in emotion, and it was like less than 24 hours from when it hit the news. It's in emotion. I'm like, come on, you guys, quit pissing in my Wheaties. I'm not kidding, y'all. They're starting to really irritate me. Okay. My hearing aids are so hot. All I hear is me. Hold on. Thank you, Gerald. I'm thanking you because I can't text you back. I'm getting ready to start reading. Okay. The affidavit of Robert J. Alcetti in the support of the defendant's motion for reconsideration of March 6 court order denying defendant's motion to exclude the testimony of the Commonwealth's witness, James Crosby. What? I, Robert Alcetti, hereby follow signed petitioner With the law firm of DLA Piper LLP US, I'm a member of good standing, yada, yada, yada. I make the following statement based on my personal knowledge and support of the defendant's motion for reconsideration of March 6 order denying defendant's motion to exclude the testimony of the Commonwealth witness, James L. Crosby, MS, PhD, not an MD, MS, master's and PhD. In denying the defendant's motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Crosby, the court stated in its March 6 order that the Commonwealth has satisfied foundational requirements of the Daubert-Langdon. No, they didn't. The evidence will assist the jury. Dr. Crosby is an expert on dog bite wounds. There is an appropriate basis for his opinion in the record. And proposed testimony, principles, and methods are reliable. The defendant's objection goes to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. Oh, thank you for liking, Gerald. Thank you for liking one sunny day. Because the Commonwealth is not shown and cannot show that the mold measures methodology of Dr. Crosby is still generally accepted in the relevant medical and scientific community and cannot satisfy the 5 foundational factors identified in the Commonwealth Polk Mass ... or what's considered as the Daubert-Langdon factors. And for the reason discussed in the accompanying motion, for the reconsideration of the March 6 order denying defendant's motion to exclude the testimony of the Commonwealth witness, Dr. Crosby, the defendant respectfully, that's a light one, requests that the court consider its March 6 order and exclude the testimony of Crosby. Well. Hold on. I didn't get coffee. We've got a lot of reading to do. I'm going to need coffee. Okay, I really haven't had my coffee today. The alternative to the defendant's risk, the court convened Dr. Daubert-Langdon evidentiary hearing on Crosby. Defendant reserves all right. The defendant reserves all and does not waive any argument or rights about other failures of the Commonwealth to meet the burden of proof regarding Dr. Crosby, such as lack of requisite qualification of Dr. Lang signed under the penalties, So basically, he's asking the judge to reconsider the. I agree with them. Here's the thing. The prosecution has had 3 goes at crossing and voir diring Dr. Russell. She was on the stand last go around, and they got to cross-examine her. Then they had a Daubert hearing, and they got to 2 days she was on that stand, and the prosecution got to have at her. So I don't think it's fair for them to put forth an expert witness and the prosecution have the ability to do a Daubert hearing or voir dire with the defense's expert witnesses, not once, but twice. And you had a voir dire in the first trial and she testified. That's 2. Then they had another voir dire this year, and that's last fall and this spring. And then they got to go at her 2 more times. So they've had 4 turns at this woman. They know what she's going to testify to. They know what her part of the proof of evidence is. But yet, Auntie Bev, when it comes to Mr. Crosby, is not giving the defense an attempt at the same. They should at least have an opportunity to voir dire or Daubert. They should at least have that opportunity. Oh, that coffee's too hot to drink, but boy, it smells good. So that to me is a huge issue. And why is it not being done? I don't know. So I find it interesting that he's saying, "Hey, we're not letting go of this. We want a bite at the apple." All righty then. Take that bite at the apple. I think you should have it, in my humble opinion. In my humble opinion, which means nothing. Okay, now the defendant's motion for reconsideration of March 6th. Here's the full motion. Order defying defendant's motion to exclude testimony of the Commonwealth's witness, James W. Crosby. Here's the full motion, and it is a lot of pages, so let's go through it. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed. Miss Reed, the defendant respectfully requests that the court reconsider. Oh, they didn't say honorable in this one. Thank you. March 6, 2025 court order. March 6 order denying the defendant's motion to exclude testimony in the Commonwealth witness James W. Crosby, MSPD, or Dr. Crosby. And after such reconsideration, the defendant requests the court to exclude the entirety of the pre-offered testimony of Dr. Crosby. And an alternative, and at minimum, yes, and I agree with this, at minimum, request, the defendant's requests, an evidentiary hearing to determine whether the Commonwealth can meet its burden to satisfy the requirements of a Dalbert Langdon. As regarding Dr. Crosby, the defense could complete its questioning of Dr. Crosby in about 1/2 day of a hearing. Yeah, but what can the prosecution? That's going to be the other half of that. Okay, so we are sitting here. We're getting. Come on, work with me. Thank you. The court, March 6 order in denying the defendant's motion to exclude the proffered testimony of Dr. Crosby. The court stated in March 6 order that the Commonwealth. I'm not doing that this morning. The Commonwealth has satisfied the foundational requirements of a Dalbert Langdon. No, they didn't. And this here, that March 6 order is what got all of our wonderful attorneys that we watch here, all the content creator attorneys, up in arms and called Auntie Bev biased. They did. They did. They called her biased. And do you know what? She is. She is biased. And that really gets into my craw, because she should have at least, if you're going to be biased and you're going to play that card, do it in a little bit better way. My gosh. Don't be so obvious about it. The evidence will assist in the jury. Dr. Crosby is an expert in dog bite wounds. There is an appropriate basis for his opinion in the record, and proposed testimony, principles, and methods are reliable. The defendant objection goes to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. Oh, I don't mind answering, Joe, but you can also comment in the stream. But no, you're good, hon. Thank you so much. The court did not provide any record citation or other records evidence for how, this is important, how the Commonwealth had met its burden to satisfy the 5 fundamental foundational requirements, including prominently the methods are reliable requirement. See, that's true. Hi, June. Good morning, love. She only wrote about that much of a paragraph, but when it came to Dr. Russell, it was 3 pages. And she outlined each of the 5 prerequisites and requirements for this to meet the Dalbert hearing, Langdon. And in this one, she did not. Excuse me. March, a Langdon hearing should be held in court not to exclude Dr. Whitman's outright under the papers alone. A March 6th order contrasts the court-ordered 2-day evidentiary hearing of Dr. Marie Russell, a medical doctor with approximately 30 years' experience in emergency medicine physician and a forensic pathologist. Dr. Russell co-authored peer-reviewed books on dog-infected wounds on humans and submitted an 11-page report before the hearing in which she documented her pattern of recognition methodology, which with robust citation to peer-reviewed studies and articles that appeared in a 27-footnote throughout her paper. 27 footnotes throughout her paper. Oh my gosh, y'all. Really? And then you're comparing her to Dr. Crosby? There's no comparison. The instant motion for reconsideration, the defendant does not waive any and reserves all of the basis for excluding Dr. Crosby and state in her original exclusion motion. Yet, for efficiency, this reconsideration motion, the defendant focused on the factors that are set forth in Polk, namely that the theory underlying option is reliable. The factor is also known as a Dalbert Lanigan. I keep calling it Langdon. It's Lanigan. It's because I've heard it said that way. Problem is in the methodology prong, a failure of any one of the 5 foundational factors set forth by Polk compels exclusion of the proffered testimony and issue. Boo, they're right. They are so right. Do we have any other documents that are dropped? I'm doing that so I know. The Commonwealth opposition to the defendant's exclusion motion. The Commonwealth had 4 opportunities to show it could meet the Dalbert Lanigan methodology prong. In its written opposition on February 17th of 25, the supplemental report of Dr. Crosby's dated February 19th, 25, in which he discussed the mold aspect of his unsupported mold measurement methodology, but failed to account for the absence of any requisite overlay in the methodology. Oral arguments on the exclusion motion on March 4th of 25 and lists the case in which Dr. Crosby has testified in the court, which has submitted to the court on March 6, 2025. I got to get my feet covered, y'all. It's a little nippy this morning in here. In each of the opportunities, the Commonwealth failed to even attempt to show that purported mold measurement methodology employed by Dr. Crosby is opining on whether the wounds to the right arm of the defendant were caused by a dog bite or by dog attack is generally accepted in relevant medical or scientific community, or that his methodology meets the Dalbert Lanigan factor. Thank you, Nina. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I thought I had that up and running, but I guess I didn't. I better get it up and running. I got to get the drawing. Oh, yeah, got it, you guys. Notably, Dr. Crosby has never attempted to make such a showing either. His report is completely bereft of even a mention of satisfaction of the general acceptance of his mold measurement methodology or satisfaction of the Dalbert Lanigan factors, let alone a showing of meeting them. LOL, don't forget the K, or it says liked. Oh, you're awesome. Uh, kind of purpose methodology generally accepted, otherwise reliable in the citation of medical or scientific literature. February 17th of 2025, the affidavit submitted by Mr. Brennan is likewise of no weight in the inquiry, as he lacks firsthand knowledge or the requisite expertise in the subject matter of the dispute. But even in his affidavit, Mr. Brenner mentions nothing about the satisfaction of the common acceptance precept of the Dalbert-Lanigan factors. Tellingly, Mr. Brennan merely states in paragraph 7 in a bold conclusion, that Dr. Crosby has engaged in substantial methodology. Substantial. Guys, my glasses are broken, so I'm using cheaters, and it's not that great. Substantial does not begin to satisfy the requirement that mold measurement methodology that Dr. Crosby is supported by evidence of common acceptance in the relevant medical and scientific community or satisfaction of the relevant Dalbert-Lanigan factors. Likewise, in its written opposition, the Commonwealth states that the Crosby engaged in recognized methodology to study the abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm. Emphasize recognized, but wholly failed to state any source for such recognition. In other words, who recognizes it? Citation, please. Proof, please. None was given. None was given. Commonwealth option at 2, there is none. As a result, the Commonwealth has provided the court with no basis on which to conclude that the mold measurements methodology of Dr. Crosby is reliable. This is true. He has nothing to back him up, or the accusations of the methodology is good and sound. My humble opinion. Back to reading. The prerequisite for satisfying the fourth factor polk in the methodology prong of Dalbert-Lanigan, the court cannot satisfy its gatekeeper function by invoking the same conclusionary statements as the Commonwealth has invoked here regarding the reliable methodology. The gatekeeping function of the court under Rule 702 and its importance. Okay. Oh, hi, baby. Case law makes clear that the gatekeeping function of the trial court is especially significant. This is all the more so in light of the seriousness of the charge lodged by the Commonwealth here. As Massachusetts Guide to Evidence state, Massachusetts Rule 702 is based on Federal Rule of Evidence FRE Section 702, while additionally maintaining the common acceptance test. As a result, the federal decision interpreting the FRE 702 are particularly instructive, Commonwealth versus Lanigan. Well, go on, baby. Go on. Sorry, the dog. The gatekeeping function of the trial judge under the Dalbert-Lanigan rule of 702 perceives it is of paramount importance. Hold on. I forgot. I got to get something up, guys. I apologize. That's not what I'm asking for. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Thank you. There we go. The gatekeeping function of this trial under, okay, I read that. is paramount of paramount importance under the Daubert Langdon. The motion judge, in her role as gatekeeper, has all bold, has a significant function to carry out in deciding on the admissibility of scientific experts' opinions. It was bolded, it was in parentheses and quotes. It was all of that emphasis added. Boy, you added emphasis, all right. Quoting Langdon 419, Mass at 25. The reason for this importance was recently underscored as follows. Because Rule 702 grants experts wide latitude to offer opinions, including those that are not based on first-hand knowledge or observation, expert evidence can be both powerful and quite misleading. And a brackets gaping function cannot be overstated, meaning it's of the utmost importance, Your Honor, that you preserve this function and do not take it lightly and do so fairly and equally. Half a page of citations, and here in brackets, double quote, a judge findings must apply the correct legal standards to the facts of the case and must be supported by an examination of the records. Internal quotes omitted. More quotes. The gatekeeper inquiry must be tied to a particular fact. The Polk-Daubert Lanigan analysis is not or is no different, whereas here, the witness in question is stipulated to be a rebuttal witness. The fact and law in quote cited are quite similar to the instant case and thus compel the same result. In the clean concepts, the court stated that as follows in response to the defendant's proffer of the expert witness. The defendant has not directed the court to any evidence, it's like any evidence demonstrating the shower method for determining the primary purchasing consideration have been tested subject to peer review, are commonly accepted in the field, or have otherwise been scientifically validated. Whoa! He is not holding back. I am shocked. I'm not shocked, but I'm shocked. I'm happily shocked, but I'm shocked. He's not holding back at all. And that's amazing. I forgot to send our interpreter the link. So I sent it. There we go. She's got it. She'll hop in when she can. Wow. Nor has the defendant made any attempt to demonstrate. Okay, I read that part. Instead, it simply concludes without any citation, support, or further argument that the sower's work form a reliable survey methodology, ID 18. That assertion alone, standing alone, is not sufficient to demonstrate the reliability of the sower's method. 2017 WL 3841 46-8 at star 11. Woo. The Commonwealth has postured its opposition to the defense motion to exclude Dr. Crosby almost exactly as the defendant did clean concepts. Thank you, June. Substitute the conclusionary recognized methodology in the instant case with the reliable survey methodology. Well, listen, the clean concepts, like in the clean concepts, the conclusory, and supported recognized methodology assertion of the Commonwealth here is insufficient, meaning you've not done your background homework, boo. The prosecution hasn't cited anything. The prosecution hasn't proven the 5 branches are parts, pillars of the Dalbert Lenigan. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, June. They have done none of the above. None of the above. So why should they still be allowed to have this witness without a Dalbert Langdon hearing? That's the issue here. If you're not going to give the defense the chance to defend their right to request for him not to be an expert in a Dalbert Langdon hearing, but you did it to them on Dr. Russell, this is not fair play, Auntie Bev. Likewise, March 6 order does not state any evidence of how or where the purported recognized methodology of Dr. Crosby is generally accepted. So, in other words, what is his methodology? It has not been proven as a relevant methodology, and there is no acceptable medical community. There's no peer review, there's nothing. Where's it generally accepted? Give us a citation. Date, time stamp, please. Where is it being accepted? Nor does the March 6 order analyze any of the 5 Dalbert Lenigan factors by tying them to the facts of the case, or otherwise cite support in the record of the motion for how the unsupported mold measurement methodology of Dr. Crosby is reliable. So, in other words, back up your theory, and there's no backup. The defense respectfully submits that had the court performed the entirety of the gatekeeping function, he's smacking the court's hand here, with reference to the motion record evidence, it would have had to have come to an exonerable conclusion that the mold measurement methodology employed by Dr. Crosby in coming to his opinions about the medical cause of the wounds to the right arm of the decedent was completely unsupported and thus not reliable. Whoa. Well, congratulations on your last day. I'm getting ready to start another round tomorrow. The Commonwealth has 4 chances to tether methodology or proffered by Dr. Crosby to a study or other form of common acceptance or otherwise satisfied the Dr. Lanigan factors. Yet, it has failed to do so each time. The failure is not an oversight or mere happenstance. Rather, it is because the methodology of Crosby is not generally accepted or relevant medical or scientific community and cannot satisfy the Dangbert Lanigan factors. And that is true. That is so true. And that's why I kind of lost my crap the other day when this motion came down, and all of these attorneys have done the same when it comes to the fact that they are believing that our wonderful Auntie Bev is being biased. Yay, my teacher said he's going to reset the temp and I'll retake the test. Yay! By the way, guys, I took my test, got a 96. The first test, I started to take it and my computer went down. He's so kind. He says it's not necessary, but dude, I want 100 in that class. So if I can get 100 on that test, I'm taking it. It's for me. And this is something. In college, you can get a 90 or you can get a 100. It's still an A. A 98 and a 90 are held at the same value, which I think is BS because it lowers people's GPA that way. If I got a 98, that's what my grade will be. It's an A, but it's a 98A versus a 90A. It affects the GPA. But they don't do it like that anymore. An A is 90 to 100, whether you got a 90, an 89.99, which is a 90, or you got 100%, it's still equal value. And I think that sucks. Okay, back to this. Failure to rely on methodology, exclusion of Dr. Crosby papers alone. Any testimony by Dr. Crosby at trial about this unsupported mold measurement methodology would be seriously misleading to the jury into believing his methodology is based on scientific and reliable. It is reliable. It is not. Nothing could be further from the truth. And because of the issue of how the injuries to the right arm of the decedent is key issue for both parties, his testimony with sponsoring premature of the Commonwealth would be extremely I can do this. Prejudicial. I got it. Prejudicial to the defendant. I can't believe that's the only word in this entire document. It's prejudicial is only said once. In the alternative, and at minimum, an evidentiary hearing on Dr. Crosby is compelled. So they want their bite at the apple. They are wanting their bite at the apple. And that is only fair. And she has let the others have the bite 4 times. This here, guys, y'all want to know about this. My hearing aid is going out, which means I got to change a battery. Dagnabbit. Well, I'd rather do it now than later, I guess. So, Michael Proctor's family is finally getting off of their horse and releasing a statement, and they are going for blood, y'all. I am not kidding. They're going for blood. They are upset, and I just lost sound because I had to replace my hair. Just give me a second. There we go. So Michael's Proctor's family, and I think today is today his hearing day. I'm not sure, but I think it is. We'll know maybe by the end of the day. Let's see what it says over here. Let me read this. They know something about today and they're trying to do damage control. So there's no coincidence that they're all right. Today is the last hearing. God, we pray and hope on Michael Proctor for him to be removed from his position. That hearing is, oh, come on. Thank you. That hearing is today. Let me look at there. Will Proctor have a job after today? He will roll over. Will he roll on other people? Will he go in swinging? We'll see. Curious for sure. There will be nothing, no cameras, so we will only hear the result of his hearing. But let's look at this. Family releases statement accusing Karen Reed of maligning embattled trooper. After exclusive investigation at both the state and the federal level and a grand jury, only one person has been charged with the crime, the defendant, Karen Reed, says trooper's wife. The family of the embattled Massachusetts State Police trooper Michael Proctor, who crude text about Karen Reed cast a pale over her first murder trial and put his own career in jeopardy as he spoke out for the first time. You guys, this guy is a piece of work. And people are all over and upset. Some people who are supporting him. And I'm like, look, he's not in trouble over his lack of quality of investigation. What he is in trouble for is the horrible text and all the information that he was sending to people outside the agency. Okay. And this is not holding in it. I'm going to have to do it in a way I don't want to because it's not holding. The judge must prevent evidence from the defense, included the state, and can present their evidence first. Yeah, The judge must permit evidence from defense included. See, that's what I have a problem with this situation we just left on this. By the way, Gerald, it's doing it again. I'm already getting that little low warning signal. So, yeah, guys, we are having internet issues here. So, my apologies. If I drop, I will come right back in. So don't leave. Um, See, and I think one of the biggest things in what we just read is by allowing Dr. Crosby to come in on the prosecution side because they're first to present will prejudice the jury. And by the time it gets to the defense and they get their expert up there, the jury could potentially already have made up its mind. Seriously. Oh, great. We'll get on. Yeah. It's doing it again. I just saw it pop up. But I do have a lot of things up and running. I'm really trying to keep an eye. I'll go ahead and close out Discord. That will help, I think. So anyway, let's keep reading. Proctor's wife and sister released a statement on Thursday accusing Reed's lawyers of maligning the investigator to deflect from overwhelming evidence pointing to Reed's um, alleged role, alleged role in January 2022 death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Proctor's urged members of the public to actually look at the facts of this case, noting the federal probe into the state's handling of the investigation recently concluded there are no arrests and no charges announced. That doesn't mean they won't reopen it, boo. Just telling you. After exhaustive investigation at both the state and federal level, the grand jury, only one person has been charged in the crime. Defendant Karen Reed, Elizabeth Proctor, Trooper Proctor's wife. And I look how shiny his head is. It looks like he's got a little chunk missing. It's funny. Reed, 45, is accused of a drunkenly and deliberately backing her SUV into John O'Keefe while dropping him off at an after party hosted by the fellow Boston police officer's home in Canton. While prosecutors say she struck O'Keefe and left him for dead. The defense maintains that O'Keefe walked inside the house and was promptly beaten, attacked by the homeowner's dog, and ultimately dumped outside in the snow. Reed's first trial ended with a hung jury last July. She is due to stand trial next month. Reed and her lawyers have alleged an intricate law enforcement cover-up, and they've sought to implicate Proctor in the I guess is how you say it. Taking the stand last summer, Proctor, the lead investigator, faced scrutiny over his ties to the witnesses in the case, as well as to the texts he sent to his friends, family, and co-workers in the investigation. Oh, well, I lost it. Earlier investigation in the early days. During his testimony, Proctor admitted dehumanizing Reed through text, calling her a whack job, see you next Tuesday, making light of her Crohn's disease, joking and looking for nudes on her phone, and expressed hope she would unalive herself. Who among us has not said something regrettable in moments of stress, shock, or sadness? And how would you feel if the contents of your personal phone were questionably released to the public without full context? Said Courtney Proctor, Trooper Proctor's sister. Elizabeth Proctor said their family has been tormented in years since O'Keefe's death. Unfortunately, we know by speaking out, more harassment will be unleashed on our families, she said. But we can no longer stand by silently and watch Michael's character be attacked and disparaged so unfairly. Soon after Reed's mistrial, state police subpoenaed Proctor without suspended, Proctor without pay, pending an internal investigation. Proctor has also faced a series of closed-door trial board hearings regarding his allegations of misconduct, including other sessions slated for today. In light of this gregariously false statement of Karen Reed and her defense team, both sides, both inside and outside the courtroom, Michael Proctor's family is speaking out for the first time to address the ongoing misrepresentation of his character, calling for the public to actually look at the facts of the case. Underlined on January 29, 2022, 14 minutes before his on-call shift was due to end, Michael Proctor was assigned to an unattended death case, and his life was forever changed. Proctor and other investigators followed the evidence, and the jury of the defendant's peers indicted Miss Reed, only Reed, for the red room of Officer John O'Keefe. Despite this, the family says that Michael Proctor has been defamed, maligned, and falsely labeled corrupt by the alleged murderer or redderer. Her family, her defense team, and a mob of her followers, through unrelenting propaganda, disinformation, the defense is trying this case in the court of the public opinion and painting Karen Reed as the victim in hopes of tainting the jury pool. This is quotes and bold. I may have to go for a second. Yeah. Matt, do you got this? Or do I need to join you? Okay, we'll see. I may have to go join him. In the end of the day, beloved police officer's honorable man was killed. The prosecution believes it is an open and shut case. I got to keep my eye on something. The landlord's here. And the defense knows this too. So their tactics is to put my husband, the lead investigator, on trial for sending texts on his personal phone to his friends and family. Said Proctor's wife, Elizabeth, the Karen Reed defense team is unabashedly creating false narratives and distracting the public and potential jurors and clearing out the evidence. It was recently announced that all aspect of federal investigation involved in this case has been closed. Michael Proctor, who has been unblemished, hold on a minute. Okay, guys, I'm back. I apologize. Um, landlord is here. Y'all be praying. Oh, I forgot to take that down. So anyway, we're looking at possibly expanding. So I had to take care of that. My apologies. Resident crematorium Morgner here, really ready to watch. Yay! Yay! Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you guys here. Let me get my ears reconnected. Every time I go up front, they disconnect. It's too far away. So, right now, what we've done is we've read through multiple documents concerning basically, if y'all just joining, what we've done is we've read a document, a motion for the judge to reconsider the situation with Dr. I say his name very, Crosby. They're wanting him to they want the judge to disqualify him, not allow him to testify, or at least in minimum, do a Dangbert Lanigan hearing. And then, now we're reading about Trooper Proctor, his family have released their comments for the first time. Honey, thank you for joining, Gerald. Thank you so much. But prayers, Gerald. So let me back up just a hair. At the end of the day, a beloved police officer, an honorable man, was unalived. Prosecution believes that it is an open and shut case, and the defense knows this too. So their tactic is to put my husband in the lead investigator on trial for sending texts on his personal phone to his friends and family, said Proctor's wife, Elizabeth Proctor. The Karen Reed defense team is unabashedly creating false narratives and distracting the public for potential jurors for clear-cut evidence. It was recently announced that all aspect of the federal investigation involving in this case has been closed. Well, guess what? Boo. Madam, Miss Elizabeth Proctor, you will never watch me, and that's fine, but I'm going to say this to you directly. Maybe if you would have approached this statement and saying, we are very saddened and sorrowful for the words and the harmful text that my husband sent concerning Miss Reed. It was inappropriate and we are very regretful of it. But at the end of the day, if you would have prefaced all of that, I'd have a little more respect for you. She has done nothing to acknowledge the hurtfulness of what her husband done. If it was my husband, he got home after that testimony, or the moment I found out about that, we'd be having a talk, boo. We would be having a talk, and it would be a serious talk. Now, I believe in supporting my husband. I believe in having his back, but I also believe that we all need to be accountable. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Michael Proctor, who has been unblemished police record in his 12 years of Massachusetts State Police, testified that to text his personal phone were unprofessional and regrettable, but certainly did not affect the integrity of the investigation. I don't accept that in the least. If you are investigating somebody and you have these negative feelings against them, you are not being impartial. You cannot be impartial. To me, that's BS. In parentheses, Michael and so many others in his line of work see horrible things every day and many times need to vent personally. He saw a fellow officer pass away in a horrible, tragic death. Who among us has not said something regrettable in the moments of stress, shock, or sadness? And how would you feel if the contents of your personal phone were questionably released to the public without full context? Courtney Proctor, his sister. Again, boo. Courtney Proctor. I'm going to say it. Bullshit. I said it. BS. I do not agree with this in the least. Yes, I am a first responder. I have seen gory things. I've seen a baby get decapitated because the mother didn't put it in a car seat and it was 3 months old. She was holding it in her lap going down the highway. The car blew a tire. The vehicle flipped. The baby flew through the window out of the mother's arms, and the wire barrier decapitated that baby. And who was sitting there holding your hand while you sobbed, "Why me?" I was. And I also stood over that baby, prayed for that baby, and helped them gather the remains of that baby. I don't want to hear it. No excuse. You decided to act in a particular way. You take responsibility for those actions. Trooper Proctor, Courtney, your brother decided to be a jerk and decided to act with the lowest of integrity. I have zero respect for him. Zero. If he believes she did it, that's one thing. But what he did and what he said and the way he attacked her in those texts, and people were hoping for nude photos of her, how disgusting can you be? How disgusting can you be? That's inappropriate. Not gonna happen. Proctor's wife says the family has been tormented for years because of this case, and it's time to focus on the real perpetrator. Ah, yeah, that's what we've been wanting all along, but it sure in the heck isn't Karen Reed. As far as I could see from the first trial, I have not seen evidence yet to show it's her. If that evidence is presented, I will be glad to change my mind. Hold on a sec. Okay, that went well. Gerald, it better than anticipated. We're good. So Proctor's family are saying that they've suffered a lot. Well, what about Karen Reed? What about anybody else's family? What about O'Keefe's family? Even though O'Keefe's brother is so full of piss and vinegar, but he has a right to be. I just think he's got it a target for one person and has blinders on and can't see it could potentially be somebody else. Unfortunately, we know that by speaking out, more harassment will be unleashed on our family, but we can no longer stand by and silently and watch Michael's character be attacked and disparaged so unfairly. In bold, after extensive investigation, both sides of the state, federal level, and the grand jury, only one person's been charged with a crime, defendant Karen Reed, Elizabeth Proctor. Well, guess what, guys? Just because Miss Reed has been charged, the federal government would not step in at this point. They would not. The federal government would not step in and charge Miss Reed, nor would they go. Their investigation was not into who unalived O'Keefe, but whether or not is there enough evidence at this point for them to basically admonish the department for its lack of quality and detective work. My mic is driving me crazy. I can't get it tight enough for it to say, but that works. Does that make sense? Okay, they do not have standing. Thank you. Proctor. Okay. FAFO It's an unfortunate consequence of his job. All right, Gerald, spell that out for me. I don't do acronyms well. So, Gerald, question. Trooper Proctor and, well, the department as a whole was investigated by the FBI. And right now they're saying that they're not going to bring, no charges are being brought. That doesn't mean, though, that after this trial is concluded, that they decide that they want to reopen the case or to continue the case. Is that correct? As per my understanding, as per my, oh, fart around and find out. Thank you. I knew that. Proctor fart around and find out it's unfortunate consequence of the job. So we today have had an affidavit from Robert Alcetti in support of the defendant's motion for reconsider. That's right. So the Alcetti is wanting, he reiterated that motion to reconsider the March 6, 2025 court ordering denying the defendant's motion to exclude the testimony. So they are asking and requesting that Auntie Bev look at again the motion and reconsider it and do so in their favor. That's, yeah. So that is the newest of documents that have dropped in the Karen Reed trial. And that's, we are hopefully going to see, I forgot to do this. We are hopefully going to see at least an evidentiary hearing in order to look at Dr. Crosby and see and have allow the defense to have their bite at the apple, whereas the prosecution had 4 bites at the apple when it comes to the defense's expert. And it's a prejudicial. I got it. Prejudicial. I'm doing better with it today. All right. We are coming up on the Sementilli trial. It is up and waiting. Should start in about 15-20 minutes. Do anybody have any questions concerning what we have gone over thus far concerning the Karen Reed? Now, I want to start talking about the Sementilli trial, and let's get caught up. We have heard for almost 4 days of jail calls in the Sementilli trial, and it has been boring as hell. But whoa. Breaking news. If this is accurate, guys, and I don't know if it is, and God, I hope it is. I'm hoping it is. I hope it is. I got to place this where I can reach it better.
Breaking news.
Just got notice that Baker is testifying today at 3. Can't wait for the cross. So Baker may be testifying for the defense. Baker is going to testify for the defense if the news is accurate. Baker is the man who actually physically unalived Fabio or Fobs, along with his nephew in love, meaning they're not blood related, but he called him nephew. The nephew called him uncle. And the nephew said he stabbed him only 1 time, but the one who actually did the red room is actually Baker, and Mr. Baker is possibly going to take the stand today. That's all we've been waiting for, is Mr. Baker to take the stand. So when it comes to Sementilli trial, for those of you who are new, what's happened on the Sementilli trial is that Monica Sementilli is charged for unaliving her husband via hiring her fiance, boyfriend at the time, and his nephew to do the red room. And because of that, I need to get this here. Let me close that out. Sorry, I'm trying to line things up. Because of that, she's standing trial. And she is saying she is not involved, didn't have anything to do with it. But that's kinda interesting because she had a, security system installed when they went into the home and upgraded that security system. And then she never really looked at those cameras, and then she had an app installed on her phone. After the system was upgraded and everything, she took the manual and all of that and gave it to Baker. And Baker also downloaded the app on his phone. She had the app on her phone, but did not really have a whole lot of history use of that app on the phone until the day that the event occurred, and then she basically was watching them do it. And then the worst of it is for me, what I think is so deplorable, guys, is the fact that her teenage daughter, the youngest, came home and found her father unalived in the backyard. I'm talking blood, gore, and all. And minute or so after her daughter arrived, in comes mama, and the drama and acting begins. And that really is frustrating for me because this woman loved her daughter that much. And then they stayed in the home, and the daughter was so traumatized she didn't want to be alone in the home. And mama says, "Well, too bad, boo. I'm out partying. You got to stay there." Yesterday, we heard, I lost my train of thought. Evidence. What did we hear yesterday? The sister of Monica got on. Monica Sementilli is this last name Sementilli on Monica, but Cressatilli is the sisters. It's a Tilly at the last of all the names. I mean, that I find that interesting that their names are so similar, but they're not the same family. The sister gets on the stand, and the sister's sitting there saying that when she got there, her sister was walking around crying, tears running down her face, hysterical, clutching a sweater or shirt of Fab's, and was inconsolable, couldn't talk. The day after, when she got there about noon, later, um, people from the office came by. It was a revolving door of people coming in and out, and she said her sister couldn't speak. She was almost catatonic, and that she wouldn't eat. She had to force her to eat. She said all of these kind of crazy things. And I believe her sister is definitely covering it up, and a lot of people are saying that. Um, she said that her sister was walking around and tears were just constantly running nonstop for days. And I'm like, "Come on, guys. How many of us have lost loved ones? How many of us have struggled with loss?" And I can tell you, there comes a point the tears dry up. The hyperbole was strong with her sister. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I remember the prosecution resting the case now. My mind is now getting resolved with the landlord stuff for the business. There's just some changes going on, and we now that that meeting is over, I'm a little more focused. The prosecution did rest their case. I'm shocked that they did not call Baker, but I think it does play better for them if they can impeach the hell out of him on the defenses. If the defense calls him and they can impeach the hell out of him, that is going to help the prosecution a whole lot more, I believe, than having him on the prosecution. I just want to hear him. I want to see him in shackles, and I want to hear his testimony, and I want to see what he has to say, because we heard a phone call, and yes, we've heard days of phone calls. Some of them were clear enough to understand, the majority were not. it almost sounded like heavy breathing and whining than anything. But anyway, he said, "I will lie and tell him I did it. I did everything. You had nothing to do with it. I will do whatever I can or have to do to get you out of there." Which is good that the prosecution brought that up before he gets on the stand, so that is a good thing. What? Let's look at this, y'all, and I do have permission to share this stuff, so I won't get in trouble for sharing this. We have a little bit of a let me get this set up. My bad. This is not working the way I want it. Let me It's not.
But let's begin with to see that video tonight. We're going to show it to you. But let's begin with the way this whole case has gone from the beginning in the state of Indiana. Like no transparency whatsoever. Like basically what you're looking at is the level of transparency that the state of Indiana had in this investigation, limiting what the public knew when the case was unsolved. And then when they said they did solve it, it was with information that they had right out of the box. So there were problems with the investigation and the communication in this case. And then when it came time for the court case, obviously no cameras. We don't want you to see it. We don't want you to hear any of the evidence in this case. And since the case has been over, everything still has been sort of tied up with a bow. Most states, the trial's over, the defendant's been sentenced, some of the evidence in the case becomes public. Not in this case. There's just been no transparency. And I think for Abby and Libby, they deserve better here because the lack of transparency and the way the investigation was done, I think, slowed down the case and slowed down the ability to attempt to hold someone responsible. That's number one. Number two, there are still questions. And those questions all exist because nobody saw or heard the case. And this is a case where people, and there are other suspects, and the way the public has interpreted it, there's really no trust in what happened there because of all the strange circumstances, which again, come back to the transparency of investigators and then the court and the judge in this case. Now, Richard Allen was convicted. He was convicted beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury did not deliberate that long. They were convinced. Well, they saw the evidence. I didn't, you didn't, unless you were in Delphi for this. So what does that mean? Like, why was he convicted? Well, one of the biggest pieces of evidence in all of this was the video of the bridge guy. And a little piece of that video had been made public while there was still a search for a killer, and they're looking for the public's help. Well, now the bridge guy video has been released, and we are going to see it. Now, it's 43 seconds long. You have to listen very closely. You have to watch very closely. So let's get to it and let's play that video for you right now.
See, this is the path.
There is another person behind him. He was not the only one on the bridge that day, folks. What?
See, this is the path that we are on. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
There was another man.
That was it. You heard the downhill at the end? It was kind of faint in the background. I heard it. There were also some whispers by Abby and Libby. And it seemed that they were not necessarily scared, but maybe very aware of this man on the bridge and probably a little concerned, but then they don't run away. They're looking for a path. And then he is there.
What about the man behind the man? Let's go back.
Let's get some more insight. Joining us tonight, Court TV's senior producer Barbara McDonald, who was at Richard's house.
I see it now. That's a good, there's a woman, and then there's the man. But that man is taller than Delphi. Just saying. I got it. The guy, that was him following it. And there we go with the internet.
A gun. And I don't hear either girl say that in this video. We also, Vinny, don't know which version of the video this is. There was the original extracted version from Libby's phone, but then there were multiple versions that were enhanced. Some were stabilized. My understanding is initially the video might have been upside down. So we don't know if this is that original file. This was put out by the defense on a website that they're saying they're going to start putting this information out for transparency in this case. Richard Allen's appellate attorneys indicated today they are filing that appeal. They filed their notice. So this is likely all gearing up for that effort.
Evil Queen, I did not follow this case that closely while it was happening, although I'm learning a lot about it now. And I haven't seen video, and I don't have my normal glasses. They broke. I'm waiting for the part to come in, the bridge part to be replaced to come in. So I'm using granny glasses. So my vision's not the best right now. So please forgive me. You're right. I did realize that later, that the girl, he was walking behind the girl, but there's so much on this trial. I'm still learning.
You know, as I watched the video, I'm wondering why it wasn't released.
So much. Thank you.
In total from the beginning. I don't understand why, other than they have the ability, I guess, to not release it. So it seems that, yeah, there is an acknowledgement that he is there. I want to put a still frame up on the screen, which is from the video, which gives us some idea of the distance between Abby and the bridge guy. And when we take a look at that, I think we'll have a better idea of where everyone is, but it seems like they are relatively close to one another on that bridge. It's not, there's not a huge distance between the two, between Abby and the bridge guy who's right behind him.
Exactly. And that was a point that a lot of people picked up on at trial, because some of the people who viewed the video felt that he was much, much further behind Abby, and that there was perhaps an unattainable distance that he would have had to have made up to catch up to Abby. This video, from my perspective, shows that he is behind her some distance, but he's not really that far from her in this still photo that you can see. And you do notice in the video that Libby is already on the south side of the land. She is no longer on the bridge when she's recording this video. And then Abby manages to get off the bridge and sort of run past Libby and then stop there next to her. And they sort of wait for this man, telling him, you know, there's no path, so we would have to go down here. And they sort of wait for an answer and a direction from him. So it makes you really wonder what that interaction was between the three of them prior to this video being made.
Yeah, I want to play the little piece of the end of it now. And what we're going to do is we're going to boost the audio a little bit of the bridge guy. Let's take a look and a listen.
You're not. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
So the interpretation of that back and forth when they're talking about the path, are you interpreting it that they're already acknowledged that the bridge guy is going to make them go down a path, or are Abby and Libby trying to figure out where a path is? Because what I don't hear the panic necessarily at that moment from them, although I hear something as she's running by, right? As Abby runs by, that's when she says something.
Well, and then when he says guys, some people say that she responds hi. I don't think she's saying hi. I think that's more of a, like being startled by him. She seems, to me, Abby in this video seems more concerned. Libby, we don't see her face. Her voice sounds very calm, but her family has also described her as somebody who would stay calm in a situation like that, and perhaps Abby might not have. Again, just the sadness of this video. This is the final minutes of these girls' lives. This is a story that I've certainly covered for 8 years. And it's sad to see this. It's sad to see this video.
So I think there's two ways to interpret the video. And originally, this is the first time I'm seeing it, right? Tonight is the first time I'm seeing this video. Mm-hmm. But I always wondered, was the video, to take a picture of my friend crossing the bridge, and she looks like she's gingerly crossing it. I mean, it's a very treacherous bridge. I would never walk over it myself. It's old, it's crickety, there's slats. You can see they redid it here, but when you look at the original bridge, I mean, that was not something that I would walk over myself. And I was wondering if the purpose of the video was to capture the moment of her, Abby, crossing the bridge. And I was wondering if that's why they were separated.
That's a long bridge to walk.
Separated so one could take a picture of the other. But now I'm almost getting a different flavor for it, that maybe it was because of this man who was following them.
And I believe there was some sort of an interaction, some conversation that had these girls concerned that, perhaps he said something to them like, you're not supposed to be here and I'll show you how to get away to where you can be. We just don't know. None of that came out in Richard Allen's trial.
Evil Queen, this is so true. I realize that he's behind them, so they decided to get off the path and realize the path doesn't even go down that. When he came upon them, she said, hi, hey girls down the hill, or something like that. Yeah. One thing that I really appreciate is court TV usually is pretty good at being neutral, but here I'm not too sure. Oh, wait a minute. I wish they hadn't complained. Here's the thing. I taught my kids, if someone tries to take you or make you go somewhere you don't want to go, or you don't feel comfortable, they tell you mama sent me or whatever, and you haven't heard from me, scream like hell, be loud as you can, run, fight like hell. And if you are wrong, so what? You're alive. I don't think he did it. And if he did it, it had to take two people the way it worked. Yeah, I agree. I've always said this is a two-man job. Two-man job on this trial. Yep.
Any interaction prior to this video. And the state's case at trial was that if they can prove that Richard Allen is bridge guy, then they can prove that Richard Allen killed these two girls. And that's what the jury believed, is that video shows Richard Allen.
Yeah, I was wondering if the voice was the bridge guy. I'm 1,000%.
If you take the picture of Richard Allen and a picture of this guy and look at it, his waist to foot ratio versus the waist to shoulder, meaning his two sections of his body. My son is very normal legged, but very long bodied, and he's 6'5", but he can wear a normal length pants. His inseam is a normal length. His torso is super long. And if you look at some men, they're really long legged, but shorter torso. If you look at that in and of itself, there is a discrepancy between the convicted and that photo. That's all I can say. I don't know a whole lot more than that. And we got the court seal up, so the
percent convinced that it's the bridge guy just because of the proximity and everything else. But now the question is, if there's a successful appeal, what happens then? But
my thing is let me ask you this. Hold on a sec. I will do what I can. So my thing is that with this trial, did you see how bundled up he was and the girls had coats on? He could have been cold and just trying to get across quickly and had nothing to do with harming the little girls. And yet, because he was doing it that way, he is now the bad guy. That is my humble opinion. And watch Baker go on the stand when I'm at the doctor this afternoon. Evil Queen, I want to thank you for your participation and your input. I really value everybody's input. Honey, 2800, welcome. Of course, Gerald, welcome. June, we miss you. You're being quiet. Good morning, love. I bet you're doing your college classes. I've got 2 more classes getting ready to begin. I got to figure out when and books and everything else. Oh, by the way, y'all, I did not get to share with you who the winner of yesterday's drawing was. And that winner is, let me get it up. And my internet's lagging again. It's getting there, y'all. I apologize. We'll figure it out. Get that closed. Go ballistic first. Ask questions later. Don't. Yes. And we got the proverbial wheel. Thank you for liking. There we go. That was the winner yesterday. Elena, congratulations, boo. You are the winner. Nina, thank you for listening and driving. Be safe this morning. Be safe this morning on the road. Take me down. I'm having the minimalistic view, so I don't put strain on the internet at this point. There should have been a lot of computer graphics done on the bridge guy video and compared Richard Allen. They did not do. Hell, AI can start it now. I know. Well, and I think that what bothers me more than anything is the fact that his rights, his constitutional rights, were so violated because they put him in solitary confinement for over a year. And he's not convicted. And for those of you who don't know, this is the Delphi murder. This is the video we watched. And the gentleman who was convicted was taken out of a jail and put in a prison against his will prior to trial. That doesn't happen. Prisons for after trial, not before. And they put him in solitary confinement. The guy went totally nuts to the point that he was taking fecal matter and eating it and rubbing it all over the walls. He was naked. When he was held in solitary confinement, he was only given what I call the moving van dress. And then they said, well, they had a companion, a person sitting outside of his cell, and that was another inmate. And that other inmate was keeping records of what this guy did while he was alone in his cell. And I'm like, you can't do that. That doesn't hold up in legal court. In court legally, a one-on-one can only be done with
Council
a
President, jury,
professional,
and
not
all
with
the
another
present, good
inmate.
morning. I hope the same maniacs that were driving on the freeway with me weren't driving on the freeway
Oh,
with
you're
you.
wonderful.
I want to allow the defense, because of scheduling issues, to call witness out of order. We're going to interrupt the testimony of Ms.
We did too.
Christine to have the witness testify at this time. You may call your witness.
Thank you, Honor. We call Mr. Brown to the stand, Roger Brown.
Mr. Brown, please retake a stand. You're still under oath, sir. After you're seated.
Roger Brown.
See.
Thank you, Honor. Mr. Brown, just to refresh our memory, were you a friend of Robert Baker?
Yes.
At some time, obviously, at some time, correct?
Yes.
You knew him at the time that he was arrested, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That's going back to 2017. He was arrested on June 14, 2017. I believe you indicated that he had stayed with you the prior Valentine's Day or around Valentine's
He
Day?
came before Valentine's Day and he stayed. To be honest, I don't know how long he stayed.
Okay. And this was after the death of your mother, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, and I apologize for not asking it last time, he came again to your house before he was arrested, came to your house on June 13, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
The night before he was
The
arrested?
night before.
Okay. And can you tell us if he told you why he came to your house?
He wanted me to get in touch with a friend of mine.
Remember his name?
No.
Does Rooster ring a bell?
Yes.
That's what you had indicated,
Yes.
to my investigator. Yeah, you know his real name or just by Rooster?
I know him by Rooster.
Okay. And did Mr. Baker inquire something about Rooster?
No, he just asked me, could I get in touch with him? And I told him I would try.
And did he tell you why he wanted you to get in touch with him or why he wanted to be in touch with him?
No.
Oh,
No.
Did he owe him any money?
Objection, speculation.
sustained.
Do you know if Rooster owed Mr. Baker any money?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Baker say that Rooster owed him any money?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this then. How long was Mr. Baker at your residence the night before his arrest?
I don't know. 15, 20 minutes? I don't know.
Okay, so this was not a night where he stayed
No.
over or anything like that. And after he talked to you about whatever he wanted to talk to you about, did he leave?
Yes.
And the next time you saw him after that, he was in county jail, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said you helped clean out or empty his apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, you had been playing basketball with Mr. Baker for several weeks or months before that on a weekly game. Is that what you said?
We've been playing basketball for years.
You consider him a good friend then?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Baker, the night before his arrest, the night we were talking about, make any indication to you that he was going to go away or get a house or go on a vacation with a new girlfriend of his named Monica Sementilli?
No.
Did he mention the name Madonna to you the night before his arrest?
No.
Did he say anything about Madonna coming into a lot of money or just found out she was going to be rich or anything like that?
No.
In fact, did her name come up at all the night before his arrest when he came to your house?
No.
So from the moment he arrived to the moment he left, there was no mention of her. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
People may cross.
Okay, just a couple questions. After you testified here in court, then, did you get a visit from the defense investigator at your home?
Yes.
What happened? You got a note on your door
Yes.
from the investigator from the defense?
Yes.
And then did they come back and talk to you?
Yes.
And these are the questions they asked you, what you just answered in court?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear then, did you tell them that most of your conversations with Baker, your relationship with us was about sports, basketball, racquetball, and chess?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further about the defense?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You're excused. God, I hope so.
Oh, I just saw my schedule for the next courses that I'm taking for my criminal justice degree. I am taking Prospect on Crime in America, Theo in Practice in Juvenile Justice System. I toyed with
Can we have
working in the
Ms.
juvenile
Kristen
justice
Tini
system,
back
but
on the stand, please?
I wasn't sure. That hadn't started yet. I'm going to retake my
Ms.
test.
Kristen
I
Tini,
want to
please
get that
retake the stand. You're
100%.
still on the road.
I want to.
I just want to make sure I am saying your name correctly, am I not?
Okay,
Good, thank
we're
you.
back to the sister of Miss Sementilli. I'm
Defense may
joking.
continue with their direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Crescentine.
Good morning.
And I'm saying your name correctly,
Yes,
correct?
you
are. Okay. I just want to make sure. Ms. Crescentini, we left off yesterday speaking about some conversations, or we were beginning to speak about some conversations you had in May of 2017 with Marco Laurenti and Morella Sementilli. But before we get to that, after your brother-in-law Fabio was murdered in January of 2017, did you observe the relationship that Monica continued to have with Fabio Sementilli's family, specifically his sister Morella and her common law husband Marco?
Objection, relevance.
Oh,
Yes, they were very friendly with each other. They were very supportive of Monica.
Did Monica fly up to Canada on multiple occasions after Fabio was killed and visit with Fabio's family?
Yes, she did.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, that
It was
you
fun.
observed
We had a good time. Somebody's phone went off. She's looking at the judge like,
did there ever come a time where in your presence
he's like,
you heard or observed Monica express to detectives in the case, namely Detective Parshall, frustration about trying to match the DNA that they had recovered at the scene to find the killers of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I remember her telling me that the police kept telling her they had all DNA samples. It's going to take a long time for them to test all the samples. And she was very frustrated. She wanted to know She wanted to have a break in the case. She wanted to know who did this.
Did there come a time where you were involved in conversations initiated by Monica about hiring a private investigator or offering a reward to find Fabio's killer?
Yes.
And what were those conversations?
Monica had said that she wanted to put up a reward. I said, that's a great idea. Marco was also willing to contribute some. And then the police said that this was not a good time, that LA County would eventually put up a reward. So just to wait.
Did you personally have conversations initiated by Monica about hiring a private investigator to also investigate Fabio's murder and find who killed him?
Yes, she has asked me if she thought that I thought that was a good idea, and I said yes.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, in May of 2017, where Morella Sementilli's husband, Marco, or common-law husband, Marco, contacted you personally to ask if it would be okay to contact Monica about something?
Yes.
Could you tell us what Marco contacted you about?
He called me and to ask me, he said he had a friend who was a lawyer and they were talking about how Monica and the girls had not received their insurance payout yet. They were very concerned, as we all were, because it was May and June, the company would have stopped paying Fabio. So he said his lawyer friend was willing to draft a letter to the insurance company to sort of push them along and get this done. And he wanted to ask me if I thought that was a good idea and if he should send it to Monica. And I said yes.
He asked you if you thought it was okay to suggest it to Monica?
Correct.
Now, at this time in May, you were aware that Monica had taken 2 trips in that past 4 months since Fabio had been killed to Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware at the time she went to Las Vegas in March and again in May that she was taking those trips?
I don't remember the March one, maybe, but the May one I remember for sure because it was Cinco de Mayo and she told me she was going with her friend Sheila and her husband.
So she told you that she was going with friends, specifically Sheila and her husband. And were you aware that she'd also taken another trip to Las Vegas previously?
Yes, I was aware, but I can't remember now what month that was in.
Understood. And then she also told you that she was going to take a trip alone to Myrtle Beach. Is that correct? And in none of these 3 trips, she ever told you that she was going to Las Vegas or Myrtle Beach with Rob Baker, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in May, mid-May, let's say, of 2017, you had no idea that your sister was having an affair with Rob Baker, correct?
I had no idea.
Did there come a time, Ms. Crescentini, in May during the Myrtle Beach trip that you learned that Monica was having an affair?
No, not when she was there, no.
Okay.
Hello,
Did there come
Miss
a time around that trip that you became suspicious and tried to look at some emails belonging to Monica about why she was in Myrtle Beach?
That was after she came back.
Okay.
But while she was there, I began to suspect that she wasn't alone. I assumed that she was with some racquetball friends.
Okay. Why did you begin to suspect that?
I don't know, just through our conversations on the phone and the way she was answering me, I just thought that she was there with somebody else. And I said, you know, you can tell me if you went there with another friend, I won't be offended. Just tell me. And she said, no, I'm here alone. You're being ridiculous.
And then at some point after she returned, did you investigate through Monica's emails information that you might be able to uncover about what her reason for going to Myrtle Beach was?
Told me and everyone else was because that's where Fabio had all her passwords saved on my computer from when the last time she came over and checked her emails. And so I did look,
but I wasn't doing the looking. It
wasn't
was
the
my
one looking,
husband,
it was my
Grant.
husband.
That's
And
contradictory.
You said you were aware that she had her passwords for her email stored on computer?
Yes.
You were not present.
Objection, same objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Marco had reviewed emails on your computer of Monica's?
That Marco did?
I'm sorry, that your husband did.
My husband, Grant, yes.
Grant did,
Yes.
And what did you learn?
He found what seemed to be like a note or a letter addressed to another couple saying, hi, saw your picture, would be interested in meeting. And it was signed Madonna and Rob.
And at that time, did you believe that your sister and Rob Baker were communicating with couples about having some kind of contact or relationships?
When I first saw the email, no, I didn't know what it meant. I was upset. Couldn't figure out who Madonna was. What was this doing on her computer? I had no idea.
What did you do as a result, if anything?
I called Deborah after a few days. I called Deborah and to ask her.
Let me ask you, is that Deborah Obad?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you ask Deborah Obad?
I asked Deborah if she thought my sister was having an affair, and she said yes.
At some point, Ms. Crescentini, did you ask Monica about whether she was having an affair?
Yes.
Was this when she came up to Canada in early June, shortly before her arrest?
Correct.
And did Monica ever deny to you that she was having an affair?
When I confronted her, she never denied or accepted or admitted anything. She just was in shock and just kept saying, I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
And did you ever pursue the conversation after that with Monica?
We tried. I had to go to work the next day. So I told her that I would come straight after work to my mom's house and we would talk about this more. And I was going to come right after school. She didn't answer. She was upstairs in her room. I think she was packing. She wanted to come back to LA as soon as possible.
Was it shortly after that, Ms. Crescentini, that Monica was arrested with Robert Baker and accused by the police of being involved in Fabio's killing?
Yes.
Did you later learn that Monica had indeed been having an affair with Robert Baker before and after Fabio had been murdered?
After they were arrested, yes, it was confirmed.
And did you also learn after Robert Baker and Monica was arrested that Robert Baker's DNA had been found and directly implicated Robert Baker as having killed your brother-in-law
What was the time frame?
after the arrest?
It was a long time after the arrest.
No wonder Dolly Parton was.
Ms. Crescentini, if you believed that your sister Monica was in any way involved in the planning or murder of your brother-in-law Fabio, would you continue to support her and testify at her trial falsely?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Crescentini, has everything you've told us in your testimony this week honest and true?
It is honest and true.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Tagle, you may cross.
Good morning, Ms. Crescentini.
Good morning.
Good morning. When you first met Fabio, you testified yesterday that Monica was working next door to him, and that was in a shop in Canada, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they began dating, and you met him as a boyfriend at a later date, right?
Yes, a much later date. Yeah.
Okay. And you testified yesterday that when you met Fabio and they announced that they were dating, that he was divorcing his wife. So he wasn't divorced yet.
My understanding was he was separated and going through a divorce.
Okay.
That's what I remember.
That's what Monica told you?
That's what Monica and Fabio both told me.
Okay. So Monica was the reason that Fabio was getting a divorce, though, right?
I asked
Sustained.
Well, what did Fabio and Monica tell you?
him and he said, no, I'm separated from my wife. We started dating afterwards.
Okay. Were you close to Fabio then?
At that time?
No, through your time knowing him, did you become close to
Yes,
Fabio?
very close to Fabio.
Okay. Did you love him like a brother? You testified.
I loved him like a brother. Yes.
Would you say that everybody loved Fabio?
Yes.
Was he the life of the party?
He was.
Was he full of life, charismatic, those kind of things?
Absolutely.
But yesterday, when you were first testifying, you didn't state any of those adjectives, correct?
Objection, Ms. Stacy, evidence.
It's overruled.
Do I answer?
You can answer.
I don't remember being asked about his personality, or
Well,
I would have said that.
Didn't you testify right when you started testifying at the very beginning?
Mhm.
One of the first things you told this jury was that he was jealous, and then you went into stories about him getting you kicked out of bars and restaurants and a cigar story, right?
Correct.
Ms. Stacy, evidence.
Overruled.
So that's how you described Fabio when you were first asked. Is there a reason for that?
When I first met him, that's how he was.
Well, that's not what you said, though, right?
I don't understand.
When you described Fabio yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
what you described to this courtroom was a jealous man who got people, you and your husband, kicked out of bars for men talking to Monica. That was the description that you gave of Fabio yesterday, correct?
Objection calls for speculation
Oh.
and misstates the evidence.
Overruled in both.
I answered.
Did you say that?
Yes, I did say that.
Is there a reason why that's what you chose to say to the jury?
There is no reason.
I mean, surely you're not implying that Fabio deserved to get killed because he was jealous, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Now,
Look at her face. Look at her face. It's like,
you mentioned the state of their relationship.
I love the reaction. Love that reaction. How dare you? How rude. I'm all like, really, guys? That really was a good one. That was good. Oh, trying to get comfortable, guys. Okay, more of this.
You were asked about the state of their relationship, Fabio and Monica, the time that you knew them. And you stated that they were very happy. They had a great marriage. That's what you observed, right?
That's correct.
Would you consider somebody who had been having an affair on their husband for over a year a great marriage?
Would I consider that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so do you still think they had a great marriage?
I still think it's very complicated.
It's complicated.
Yes.
In a great marriage kind of way?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you consider them to have a great marriage now?
I still,
It's overruled.
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
I still think they had a great marriage.
Okay.
Yes. It is possible to love someone and cheat on them at the same time. It
Okay.
happens all the time.
All right. So that was a great marriage. Okay. Now, you used two examples.
What?
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
What? Are you telling me? Are you telling me? Why is that not going? Oh, shoot. Maybe it's over here. What do y'all think about them apples? Where did it go? All right. What do you think of them apples, y'all? That is insane.
Of their great marriage and them being very happy. And the two examples that you used and told the court and the jury where they were dancing in the kitchen and singing
This
songs.
is someone just sent this.
You bastards. That's what you observed, right?
Yes.
Have you been watching this trial online?
I have not.
Have you been talking to your niece Jessica about videos that she presented to the jury?
Yeah. I have not talked to Jessica about her testimony at all.
Have you talked to the defense attorney about what's been presented in court?
No.
Are you aware that two videos are presented to the court? One was Fabio and Monica dancing in the kitchen, and the other one was Fabio and Monica singing songs. Were you aware?
I was not aware.
Presented to the jury.
I was not aware.
So was that a coincidence that was those two examples that you came up with? Can I finish my sentence?
I'll hear the question. Take your objection
Was-
under submission.
My question was, so was that a coincidence that those two examples that you gave happened to be the two items that were presented to the court by other witnesses during this trial before you?
Sustained.
Is she still married?
When is the last time that you spoke about this case and your testimony with the defense team?
The last time I spoke to the defense team?
About this case and your testimony, all inclusive.
A couple of days before I thought I was taking the stand.
Okay, what did you talk about?
How it was going to be on the stand, where I would sit. They told me to review my statement that I sent in, the 4 pages handwritten. I did that. That's what we talked about.
So you interviewed with the defense then on November 16th, 2017. That was 4 or 5 months after your sister was arrested. Is that correct?
I don't remember, but I'm sure.
Would you like to see your report?
Sure.
All right.
All my sounds are showing errors now. Now I'm having problems with the. Oh, yeah, this is ticking me off.
Yes.
Okay. So November 17th, 2017, who did you interview with from the defense team?
I know I spoke with Adam Dawson and I spoke with Leonard Levine.
Okay, well, this was in person at the Sementilli house, correct?
Yes.
All right, so who came to the house?
Both people came on different times.
Well, on this time, November 7th of 2017, who did you talk to?
Again, it was either Adam or Leonard. I don't remember. Is it written on the paper? I didn't see that part.
Well, would you like to look at the paper?
Yes, thanks. With Adam Dawson.
Okay, so that's the investigator for the attorneys on the case.
Correct.
All right. So when you met with him, then you gave him a statement, but that statement was solely focused on, well, let's see here. There was 16 items listed. You saw that, right?
Is there a back? I didn't see the back.
Have you reviewed this document at any point?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Would you like to review it again?
Yes, please. Thank you. I read the first part.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So when you interviewed with Adam Dawson, the investigator for the defense attorney, he took notes while you talked to him, right?
Yes.
He didn't record the conversation that you know of.
Not that I'm aware.
Were you ever given a transcript of the interview in its entirety, what you talked about?
No.
So were you given this sheet of paper, then the summary of the interview?
Yes.
All right. And everything appeared
Argumentative that it's a summary.
well, it's a summary, right? It's numbered 1 through 16. It's not direct quotes, right?
Correct.
Okay. So out of those 16 items, then you went through all those. And during those, the main focus was about Marco.
Correct.
Right? And what you testified to, that he was helping draft a letter for insurance and that of that nature. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The time frame that you talked about of December, well, let me back up there. You interviewed again with the defense. You didn't have another interview then until March of 2024, 7 years later, right? Okay. So between that time. Oh, okay. Was anything documented or?
Not about this case, though. Yes.
So December through January, December 2016 through January of 2000, time frame when you came to Los Angeles. You talked yesterday about, and today a little bit about, you came, I think it was during Christmas, your Boxing Day. Was that December 27th through January 7th? Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
And you were with Monica, you testified the entire time.
Yes.
And you were with her from when you got up until you went to sleep.
Correct.
She was never gone from your presence.
Not that I recall.
What about going to the lady?
Now, during that time frame, you didn't know she was having an affair, as you testified to.
Correct.
Did you ever see her on her phone?
Did she ever go to the bathroom?
Yes.
Did you know that she had an encrypted app, Viber, and was sending hundreds and hundreds of communications to her lover while you were there?
I had no idea.
She never told you that.
She never told me.
Do you have Viber?
So you do?
I do not have Viber. Okay. I don't know what that is.
So your communication then with the defendant, most of your communication was through regular texting. Is that accurate?
Yes, regular texting, WhatsApp, and phone calls.
Okay, well, are you aware that Monica didn't install WhatsApp until January 27th of 2017?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so your communication on WhatsApp would have to have been after that date. Is that,
Argumentative.
Sustained its form.
are you testifying that you communicated with Monica on WhatsApp before Fabio's murder?
I don't remember when I put it on my phone or when she had it on her phone, but we used it.
Okay, well, yesterday you testified that you were texting her on WhatsApp. So just to confirm then, you weren't texting with her on WhatsApp before the murder?
Well, if you tell me she didn't have it on her phone, then I was mistaken. But
Okay,
we
fair
did
enough.
after.
All right. Now, during that January timeframe, December to January, you're with her the whole time. And I have page 272. It is an 18-page document of text messages between Ms. Crescentini and Monica Sementilli. If I may mark that, Your Honor,
I'm sorry.
as 272.
Very good.
Okay, showing you the first page then, that's you on 12/27.
I'm sorry, Counsel. Yes, 272.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
That's you on 12/27, you're flying in, and that's when you're arriving in Los Angeles, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you're there till January 7th, right?
6th or 7th, I can't remember. I had to be back at work on the Monday.
So on January 3rd, like block out your number, you're texting her around 4:20, where are you? Right?
Yes, that's what it says.
So you are with her this second, right?
Not at that second,
All
apparently.
right. Well, then we get down to, go from 4:22, now we're down to 9:06 at night. Hello? Vino's calling. You don't know where she is now, right?
No, she could have been inside, and I was on the patio, and I just texted her to come out. I don't recall this, but
Okay.
that's a possibility.
Okay, sure. Between 4:22 and 9:06, you don't have a response, and you're looking for her. So you don't know where she is.
She might have been in the house again.
She might. Okay. On January 6th, this is page 2. January 6th, 11 o'clock at night, come out my last night. You know where she was?
Inside?
Is that what you remember?
Yes.
Okay. So you aren't with her for a second.
We were in the house together. She wasn't stuck to my hip.
Well, to be fair, yesterday you said I was with her every second.
That's right. She was with me all the time. We were in the same house. I mean, I didn't go with her to the bathroom either.
All right, so
You went there. Oh! Y'all, I'll get it.
a 2-page AT&T document, if I may mark this as People's 273.
Yes.
It's cell phone records for the defendant. Let me just black out. Well, I'm not going to publish this, but I'm going to publish the number. There's too many. May I first? All right, your number's not blacked out, but can you review the number?
That was actually me. I
Line item
thought I was Xing out of something else and it took it with
Is
it.
that your phone number?
But the feed is horrible right now. I'll be right back.
4 and 5.
So on the day of the murder, then you can see here, this is converted for UTC. So really, the phone call on the day of the murder, which would be 1:23, the only phone call that shows here is a call at 6:08 p.m. your time. Right here, because it's converted to UTC, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, there's no calls earlier in the day when you talked about it, 2:30, 3:30 on the day of the murder.
Yeah.
You just said the day of the murder.
It's overruled.
I might have called the house line then.
Okay,
I'm not
you don't
sure.
remember.
I don't remember.
But it
which number
definitely
I
isn't
called.
in your cell phone records for the defendant. You just saw that you had any conversation with her the day of the murder on her cell phone.
Didn't it say the day of the murder that I called at
At
6:08?
6:08 p.m.
Right, which in,
Nothing earlier at 2:30 as you testified to on this record.
I called her when I got home from work. I know this for sure.
Okay. So, again, you talked about you're very close to your sister. You talked to her. Is it fair you talked to her almost every day? You said sometimes 2-3 times a day. Is that right?
Yes, usually we talked every day. There were days when I didn't speak to her because we were going out or I stayed late at work, but mostly every day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. Yes.
And then before she moved and you lived with her in Canada, you hung out with her, you testified practically every day. You were very close.
Yes.
Would you consider her your best friend?
Yes.
Very close. You love her. You trust her.
I love her. I trust her. One of my closest friends. Yes.
Did you talk about everything?
I did.
Okay. Obviously, you didn't know about the affair this entire time, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the wake on June 29th that we referred to, or counsel referred to yesterday, you hear about this awful murder. It was a terrible experience. You flew out. You were comforting Monica. You testified yesterday that when you got there, she was holding this sweater and there was a hole in it, some version of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, and you also testified that she stayed, your statement was she stayed with that sweater until the wake. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, did she then let go of the sweater when Rob Baker arrived at the wake?
Objection, argumentative.
It's overruled.
She didn't have it the night of the wake,
Well, she
but all
stayed
the
with
days leading up to the wake.
Okay, so she stayed with the sweater until the wake.
Yes.
When Rob Baker was there, was she holding the sweater then?
No, she wasn't holding the sweater when anyone came
Okay.
that night.
Now, you thought when Rob Baker got there that it was, you noticed him. It was weird, right?
I noticed him. It was weird.
And why was it weird to you?
Because I knew him as a racquetball coach when I met him. And I thought it was weird that a racquetball coach would be hugging her and consoling her like that.
And it became a thing where everyone was talking about it. Well, when I say everyone, Morella was talking about it. Deborah was talking about it. Your mom was upset. Everyone that you were close to was upset about this guy, Rob Baker, being there.
I remember Deborah being very upset, coming in and saying, I don't like that guy, telling my mom, I don't like that guy. He shouldn't be here. What's he doing here? And she kind of riled up everybody, including myself and Morella.
Okay, so Deborah riled up everybody.
Yes.
Your mom, though, was upset that he was there.
After Deborah spoke to her, yes.
And your mom had met him before.
Yes.
At a lunch.
A lunch or a dinner or an afternoon.
And your mom was so upset that she told him to fuck off.
I never heard that. And that is very unlike my mother.
Right. It's unlike her. She wouldn't say that unless she's very upset, right?
It's this thing.
She would never say that.
Oh. So after Rob was directed to leave then, you guys talked about how strange that was Rob was there, right?
Who's we?
You, Monica, Morella, Deborah.
Me, Deborah, and Morella talked about it.
And did you ask Monica about it?
No.
Why not?
I just didn't.
Well, it was suspicious. It was strange. You saw them whispering. You never asked your sister, like, hey, what's going on?
No, I told her, okay, everybody's outside. Come make your way outside. And she did. She followed me. She sat on the couch.
Did she tell you?
Couch.
I'm sorry. Did she tell you that night, that's the man that I've been having an affair with?
No.
Okay, so that night then a neighbor came over and brought a DVD. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that DVD was of I think the term was the robbers. Is that right?
The DVD was, yes.
Well,
I
at
don't
this
know
point-
what term he used to describe it to me. He said, this is the surveillance. You can see 2 people on it. These, yeah, he might have said these are the robbers. I don't remember his exact words.
Okay. And this DVD then, the neighbor came over and said they had a copy of a DVD showing 2 people jogging up the street, right?
Yes.
And you knew that it's believed to be the 2 men that broke in the house and killed your brother-in-law.
I didn't know it was 2 men. I knew it was burglars. That's
Okay.
what I was told. Burglars.
Eventually you watched it.
Yes, we
Okay.
watched it.
So at the first point you didn't know, but you knew it included possibly the people who killed your brother-in-law.
Yes.
So what did you do with the DVD?
I gave it to my mom and I told her, put this away and we'll watch it tomorrow.
You didn't want to watch it right away.
No,
And then
it was the night of the wake. We had people there. That's why we did
I
it.
understand. Did you tell Monica that you had it?
I told her the next day.
But you understand that the police already had this, right?
Yes, the neighbor told me that.
Okay, so this was just an extra copy for you to look at.
Correct.
And then the next day, did you tell Monica, hey, we have the video that shows the 2 people possibly that broke into the house and killed Fabio?
Love it.
I believe what I did was I gave it to her nephews, Anthony and Daniel, and I asked them to view it while my sister and I believe Marco or Ernie, somebody, we went to go pick up the Porsche from Impound.
So you gave it to somebody else to view?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, Monica came home and you told her that you had this video from the neighbor. And this is the next day. So we're talking about January 30th at this point. You told her that you had this video for her to view.
I had this video and I gave it to the boys to watch and if she wanted to see it.
And was she upset with you?
She was upset that I didn't tell her right away, that I didn't show her right away.
Did she view it?
Yes.
And after she viewed it, did she come out and say, oh my gosh, I recognize that guy running up the street because I've been having an affair with him for the last year and I can recognize his body type and how he moves?
It's overruled.
Did she tell you that?
No, absolutely not.
Did she say anything about
No.
recognizing the man that she'd been involved with for over a year on video?
No.
February 2nd through 4th, then you flew back to Canada for the funeral. Did Monica go with you?
Yes.
And you said that Monica stayed at her mom's house, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's in Woodbridge?
Yes.
All right. Is that where she always stayed?
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, one last question. The night of the wake, did Monica tell you that when Rob Baker was there, he gave her a burner phone?
No.
Do you know what a burner phone is?
I watch TV, so yes.
Okay. She never said anything about getting a burner phone that night.
No.
All right. February 2nd through 4th, then when you flew back,
I'm sorry. What does watching TV have to do with whether or not if you know what a burner phone is? A lot of people watch TV don't know what a burner phone
that
is.
was the viewing
Or cousin.
at the funeral home for Fabio and then eventually his cremation. Is that correct?
Yes.
So on Friday and Saturday, which is February 3rd and 4th, there was a viewing at a funeral home. Did you guys all go to that?
Yes.
And then Sunday, the 6th, was the mass, a reception, and a cremation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you could just describe Monica's demeanor during this time, does she appear that she's affected at all by this?
Of course, she was very sad and devastated, quiet.
Not what everybody
At
else.
times I had to lead her. She wanted me to sit beside her. She wanted to. There were so many people coming those 3 days. Fabio was a very popular person. A lot of people came and she cried. She laughed with some people when they told her stories about Fab, memories, just like Morella did, just like I did. She was heartbroken.
And then I believe it was you mentioned, you wrote out a statement trying to memorialize your memories from that day, right? At some point and gave it to the defense attorneys?
My handwritten.
Yes.
Yes.
When did you write that, by the way?
Oh, I was still at that house on Queen Victoria. So I was still in Monica's house. So it must have been before we sold it, which was in February of 2018. So maybe January, maybe December 2017.
January of 2017?
Or after,
Sorry.
yeah, 18.
2018.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. You wrote out the best that you could remember memories from the day of the murder, the day after.
I was
the
not
murder.
told to write memories.
I'm sorry?
I was not told to write memories.
Well, what did you write?
I was told to write down an account of what happened that day, like who was there, what did you do, where did you go, and that's what I did.
And the defense told you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So on February, that funeral in Canada, February 3rd, 4th, 5th, then you wrote down that Monica was feeling ill and emotional, and so you took her home early. Do you remember taking her home early?
Yes, from the reception.
From the reception. She was drained physically, she was emotionally drained and physically exhausted.
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay.
Yes.
And you stayed with her until your parents got home because you were worried about her.
Yes.
Did you know that those 3 days, February 3rd, 4th, and 6th, that she was sending explicit, graphic, sexually explicit photos of herself naked to her boyfriend?
No, obviously I did not know.
And did you know that she was sending them from your parents' house?
I had no idea.
If I may approach to show some photos. This is February 3rd.
Again, Councilman, you do.
So you didn't know your sister as good and as well as you thought you did. My grandpa would say, that's what you get for thinking.
Do not need permission.
February 3rd, if you want to take a look at those.
Do I look or wait?
That's what you get for thinking, love.
I don't need to see these.
Okay, so February 3rd, these are graphically explicit naked photos, and that's the day of Fabio's viewing,
What
right?
about what's in your hand,
I
ma'am?
didn't see the date.
Well,
you tell me.
February 3rd is the viewing,
no,
correct?
You don't. Oh no,
I
you
believe so,
don't.
yes.
You gotta make me bigger.
Is that your mom's bed then in that one photo that she's laying on naked and the photo that she sent?
It looks like.
That's your mom's bed?
I'm not sure whose bed that is.
Okay, well, that's in your mom's house. The dresser right there.
Can I see the dresser? Yes, that is, I recognize the dresser. It's in my mom's house.
Okay.
It's not my mom's bed.
And then on Saturday, again, the viewing. You want to take a look at those photographs?
Ruh-roh.
Okay, so that's pictures of her vagina.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh my gosh. She's having to look at her JJ of her sister. And she's like, oh my Lord, woman, what did you get?
Once upon a time. Once upon a time.
This is what she's thinking. Oh my God. Yes, I had to change my size because you can look at her. She's all like, blah, blah. Oh, I'm living for this. Monica, you got some explaining to do. Oh my child, she goes, please don't let her look at him. Please, oh God, no. Look at her. She's all like sweating. She is stressed. She is not happy. She is angry. Every emotion is going through her right now. And y'all are missing it if you ain't watching us, y'all. Honey boo, your sister's a hoe. You didn't know she was a hussy and a hoe? Oh, are we going to get to continue this? She's like, please, no, I'm done. Done. I've seen enough. I don't.
Okay, so again,
They moved it along.
February 4th, on Saturday, these pictures you viewed it. Again, it's a picture of the defendant's vagina, blocked out, of course. A picture of her laying, showing her breast.
Yes.
Okay. And then her finger in her vagina, blocked out, right? Right?
Oh, dang it, I'm having the internet. All I could actually testify to about any of my family members is what I saw them do. If I was told the affair had gone on and the lover had admitted the red room, I wouldn't be that naive. Oh, snap.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Did you know that was again at your parents' house?
No, of course not. I didn't know any of this.
Okay. Then February 5th was the mass and the reception and Fabio's cremation. I'm going to take a look at those photos.
Do I have to? Oh my God, do I have to? Wait, I don't want to see it. You can't unsee this. She's thinking again. Oh,
You recognize those photos?
Your Honor, again, I would object. The witness has already testified she was not aware.
I've already ruled on this, counsel.
Thank you.
So you recognize that as the naked photo in the bathroom showing her vagina and her bare breasts. Is that your parents' bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a photograph of her standing, taking a picture of her backside, naked in a mirror. Is that your parents' bathroom?
Yes.
Another photo in the shower, naked, showing her vagina and her breasts. Is that your parents' bathroom as well?
Yes.
And then there's a photo, naked breast, pulling her pants down, showing her vagina. Is
like it, yes.
All right. And then lastly, laying on another bed with some sheets with blue flowers, showing her breasts and her pants pulled down. Is that your parents' house?
I don't recognize the sheets, or just not enough in the background for me to confirm.
All right. And again, last Sunday was the day that Fabio, there's a mass, a lot of people there, and she was distraught and crying and very upset, right?
Yeah, she was.
And that was actually the day that her husband was cremated.
Yeah.
Now, after, while she's in Canada, February 2nd through 4th, 2nd, 4th, that
she never
time frame. Did she ever tell you then?
You have to answer, boo. And I got lags. Why does this person keep coming up when I don't
She never
follow
told
them?
me, ever.
So February 8th, then Monica flew home.
I don't know. What the hell?
She left Canada and she flew home. It was her anniversary of Fabio. You knew that, right?
Yes.
Did you know? And in your letter that you wrote, memorializing, you said that she left with the girls to go back home because she wanted to be alone with Fabio's things. She wanted time, right?
Yes.
She wanted time to grieve alone with the girls.
Correct.
Did you know that when she landed, she immediately went out with Baker, but didn't go home to grieve with her girls?
I did not know.
When she was coming home?
I did not know.
Okay. Then you were worried about her. So on February 9th, which was the very next day after her anniversary, after she'd been out with Baker, you flew to Los Angeles because you were worried about her, right?
Yes.
And I think you wrote also again that you were worried that she was too depressed.
Yes.
So you got to LA on February 9th, and then 3 days later on the 12th, you went to
Yes.
dinner with
She saw it
Monica
for the first time today.
and the girls at Fabio's best friend's house, Ernie Valano. Is that right?
I don't know if it was 3 days later, but yes, we did go to Ernie's house for dinner with the girls.
Within a few days, not holding you to the date, you went to Ernie's house for dinner.
Yes.
And you told her you wanted to go with her.
Yes. I said, why can't I come?
She wouldn't let you go, right?
She said, I wanted to be with my friends.
Yeah. The
Did
boyfriend.
you know that she was actually meeting
Boy was not in front of the word friend.
Robert Baker?
No.
Did you know that she stayed out until 12:59 a.m. with Robert Baker?
I knew she came home around 1.
Oh.
And you were texting her, asking her about when she was going to come home, right?
I think I did.
Oh, I'm sure she wants to be sick. Seeing those pictures of any woman, much less my sister. The
Were
finger.
already marked as people's.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not interpreting this. Diane, I'm glad you're not here. That would have been hard
272.
to interpret. I mean, easy, but mentally.
Okay, this is told you couldn't go.
Correct.
Now, when she told you couldn't go, she left in her car and you had to get a ride home with the girls, right?
Correct.
So you took the girls home.
Yes.
Ooh.
And then that same, turning into the early morning hours, you're asking her at 12:59, which is almost 1 in the morning, you on your way home.
Yes.
Were you worried where she was?
I was wondering why it was taking so long.
And she told you she was out with Sheila, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay. Now, during this time, you started talking a lot more, I should say, to Deborah Obad. Is that right?
A lot more?
Well, you had known Deborah for years, right?
Yes.
So when you came to LA, that was one of Monica's first friends. So you got to know Deborah because if Monica's your closest friend, best friend, and that's one of her good friends, you knew Deborah.
Yes.
All right. So you and Deborah started talking, and you knew at this point that Deborah was very suspicious of Rob Baker. She was talking to you about that.
I don't remember her ever mentioning Rob Baker. I remember her making jokes about my sister. Oh, your sister, why is she all dressed up? I think she has a boyfriend, something like to that effect.
Well, didn't Deborah tell you that Deborah believed that your sister had been having an affair with Rob Baker, and you said my sister would never do that?
I don't remember her saying his name, but yes, I have no doubt that I said that.
So is it fair you believed your sister would never be cheating on Fabio before he was killed?
Correct. I would believe that she never would.
And during this time afterwards, you did not believe her to be having an affair with anybody, much less Rob Baker?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Deborah was investigating a lot of your sister's activities on her own, such as calling the police, letting the police know things? Did you know all that?
Objection. That's not an evidence.
Sustain.
Do you know if Deborah was calling the police at all?
Yes.
And she was?
Yes.
And what was she calling them about?
I know specifically that she told me she sent a picture of Rob to the police.
Okay.
And the picture was of the night at the wake.
Oh, with a cut on his face.
Told me that she thought, I came to assume that she believed that Monica and Rob were having an affair at some point.
Why did you come to assume that?
Because she would make comments all the time, but I don't remember her ever saying Rob.
Did you ever ask Monica about what Deborah was saying?
Yes, I did.
And what did Monica tell you?
Specifically, I asked her, what kind of friend is that would be making jokes like this? Like, I get it. One time it's funny, but to continue on. And Monica said, she's just jealous because I'm working out and I lost a lot of weight and I look good. And she thinks that everybody who works out and loses weight and looks good is cheating.
But she was.
All right.
Right.
So when you were visiting her then, and this is the night when you, this is the February 10th through the 19th, that time frame. You went to dinner at Ernie's, and then she went out. Again, you testified. You were there from February 10th through the 19th. Does that sound right?
Yeah, around those days.
Do you want to change your
yesterday you're
testimony
testifying
now that
again
you
that
saw
you're
all
with
those
her
photos?
every minute, same thing?
Are you
pretty
sure
much?
you want to
Yeah,
continue
pretty much.
protecting her?
Overruled.
All right, so February, and again, this is People's 272. At the top here, and hi, you okay? What is your ETA? And that's 250. So you weren't with her at this time.
No.
So you weren't with her every second.
Not every second.
All right. Right?
That's correct.
All right. And then 213. The day after she went out, this is the following day, you're texting her about you're waiting to speak to a counselor.
Either maybe Isabella to see a counselor
For therapy?
or therapy.
Is Isabella the only one that you know that had therapy?
Yes,
Yeah, but she found her father.
at
So-
that time, yes.
You're texting Monica, so you're not with her then.
Isabella
No,
was having
clearly,
therapy because her mother laid in wait for her to come home from school to find her father dead in a very horrific, bloodied scene. And then she goes in behind her after a minute. Disgusting mom.
I drove Bella.
So you're taking her daughter to therapy.
Yes.
And then on, let's see, now let's jump to, February 16th while you're still there. Again, you're texting with Monica. She's still here. Do you know where she was?
No.
All right.
What date was that?
2/16.
What her birthday?
No, but I do remember her going back and forth to the dealership about Fab's F-150.
You're texting her, you're making, by noon, you're making eggs for her daughter, you're doing her laundry, you're watering her plants, and you're okay. And there's multiple multiple texts where you go down, and it says text me when you're on your way. So, and you weren't with her at this time either.
No, not around lunchtime, I guess.
And then on 2/19, that's when you flew home, is that correct? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, around that day, yeah.
So Monica's texting you in the morning, and did you, or I don't know if you need to say morning, but she's texting you, did you land? And you said just walked into the door. Does that seem accurate then? Then 2/19 is when you went back to Canada.
Yes.
Okay. So to be fair, you weren't with her every second again on this other trip
Changing
to
her
Los
tune,
Angeles.
No,
And you don't
Now
know if
she's
always
changing
doing or
her
texting
tune.
during
She
those
just got her
times.
butt impeached.
I don't know what she was texting for sure.
Reply on that phone call. Love to hear the phone call between the two of them.
Did you know that as soon as you left on February 19th, that day, that she immediately went out with Rob Baker to the Parlor Bar, which is a bar in Los Angeles, and then back to his apartment until 12:20 in the morning and got home at 2:20 in the morning?
I'm not aware of any of these things.
Did you know that 2 days after the 21st, on the 23rd,
So
that
you
she
weren't
went out
with
with
her
Baker
the
again
entire time.
and got home that time at 4:22 in the morning?
I'm not aware.
Did you know that 2 days after that date, on February 25th, that she went to Baker's your nieces?
I was not aware.
You referenced earlier that you felt safe in the house because Detective Parshall, didn't tell you, though, you don't need any surveillance equipment. Don't get it fixed. He never said that.
No, he never said that.
He didn't say, you know what, don't lock your doors. Don't take any precautions. He didn't say that.
Well,
Right.
of course, I locked the doors and we took precautions. We changed the locks. We had the locks changed, all of that.
The security system, the cameras that secure the house, you're aware
Were
that
you
those
not
were
aware
not
that she left the door unlocked so they could get in? Changing the locks mean nothing in that situation.
replaced, and were not working from the day Fabio was murdered until the time of Monica's arrest?
Correct.
Did that concern you with the girls being in the house alone, knowing that a murder had occurred at that house? That those surveillance cameras.
Sustained on the second ground.
Are you aware that Rob Baker took the DVR box after he murdered your brother-in-law?
I was aware that the DVD box or whatever it's called was missing.
Where was the DVR box?
It was in the garage.
Okay. How did you know that?
I saw it every time we went into the garage where they had their car.
Now, State Farm, then you are aware that State Farm, because you were involved in helping get reimbursement for the house, for what was stolen, broken, things of that nature.
So you
Correct.
assisted in the
They
fraud,
gave
lady.
money then to Monica
How does
to
it feel?
aid in making herself whole again, basically recoup.
I want to ask so bad. Am I trying to get my toes covered? My feet are cold. I want to ask so bad. My dear, how does it feel being an unknown accomplice to fraud?
What was lost and broken, things of that nature.
I know that they helped. I know that they did some stuff around the house. I'm not aware of
They
any
should have done
personal.
stuff.
They gave money and Monica did stuff around the house. She hired people.
Yes.
Okay. And that was repainting.
What
Yes.
does that have
That
to
was
do with the
getting
red
new
room?
carpet,
Yes.
new drapes,
Yes.
but not a new security system.
I think that was on the list,
It was on whose list?
her list of things to do.
Was it ever done?
No, because when I went, it wasn't done.
When are you aware that your
Insurance fraud.
sister could access the security system that she had from her phone?
Yes.
You knew that.
Yes.
So are you aware that the police had been asking repeatedly when Parshall is talking, that Parshall wanted to know was that security system, because if you can find the security system or the iCloud, you can get a lot of information on who entered that house, right?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you understand that that security system needed to be recovered? The iCloud, the data.
Good for you, Your Honor.
Can you repeat the
All
question?
right, let me
Sorry.
rephrase it.
Yes.
Were you aware that Detective Parshall was asking for information on that security system? Because if the DVR box is on, you don't know the brand.
I did not know that. I did not know he was asking her for any kind of information.
Did she ever tell you that he was asking her over and over and over to give him some information or paperwork that related to the brand, make, model, company who installed it?
Objection. This takes the evidence and that's not evidence.
Overruled.
I don't remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember knowing about that. I know we all looked for if she had manuals for the DVD box in her garage, but I don't remember who requested it. I think it was just
Did you know that
tried to find information.
Did you know that your sister never provided the detectives any information that she had on that DVR system? Do you know that your sister had, with that remote access, involved a password regarding that DVR system and how to access it?
I'm not aware of that either.
Did you know that your sister is the one who actually met with the company who installed the DVR and the cameras?
I was not aware of that.
Did you know that your sister sent that information about the Rob Baker months before the murder?
I did not know that either.
Monica came back to Canada February 26th through March 3rd for that 1 month memorial. You remember that?
Yes.
Did she stay at your mom's again?
Yes.
And you had a memorial for Fabio.
Yes.
And how was she now that it's, a month and a half or so later, February 26th through March 3rd? What's her demeanor now?
Obviously very sad, very quiet, reserved, didn't want to go anywhere, didn't want to do anything. We convinced her to come out for dinner one night.
Boyfriend.
She flew home on March 3rd then. Does that sound right?
It sounds right. I don't remember the date though.
Were her girls with her on the trip?
Yeah, I believe so.
On the March 3rd trip?
Yes.
Did you know that when she got home on March 3rd, she immediately went to a hotel with Rob Baker until 6:18 in the morning?
No.
No, I was not aware.
The Myrtle Beach trip, you knew she was going to Myrtle Beach, right?
Yes.
And you believe that she went there alone?
Yes. In the beginning, yes.
All right. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
And why did she tell you that she was going?
She was going because that was where Fabio would have wanted to spend his 50th birthday. And he had planned to go there with his friends. And so she wanted to go there for him.
Wasn't his 50th birthday planned in Pebble Beach?
As far as I knew, it was always South Carolina, but
So you don't know anything about a 50th birthday party that was planned in Pebble Beach? Monica never told you that?
I thought it was always Myrtle Beach.
All right. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that her boyfriend, Rob Baker, is from that area?
Well, I gotta leave.
No, I didn't know.
Did she
didn't
tell
tell
you
me
that-
anything about Robert Baker?
Did she tell you that she was going to Myrtle Beach with her boyfriend, Rob Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that she was going there and going to attend a bike week?
No.
So when she's in Myrtle Beach, you began texting her, is that correct?
Yes.
And why were you texting her? What were you texting her about?
I was very concerned. She was there alone. I thought it was weird that she wanted to be there alone because she never traveled alone before. But everybody seemed to be okay with it. I asked other people, don't you find it weird? And I asked my husband, he's like, no, makes perfect sense. You know, she wants to do something on her own and just think of Fabio. And that made sense to me. But at some point during our conversations on the phone, I got the distinct impression she wasn't alone.
What gave you that impression?
I don't remember exactly, just the way she was answering me. And then I think I questioned her, are you with somebody there? Is somebody with you? I know you're not alone. And then she just stopped answering my texts.
And if I may mark, it's 5 pages. If I may mark, it's people's 274. It's text messages between.
Gerald, I don't think they need to do that because she's giving them everything they need.
The defendant and Anna beginning on June 27th, 2017.
Yes.
All right, starting here. Excuse me, Your Honor. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I've never been there, Evil Queen. But that does happen.
Sorry, May 27th. I said it wrong. May 27th, 2017. Yeah. Is that your text to her then?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? What are you doing?
Yes.
And is this when she's in Myrtle Beach?
I would assume so, yes, from what I remember.
Okay, so she says, good, really hot. I'm at the beach. You have some small talk, right?
Yes.
And then it looks like she sends you some pictures of possibly a beach. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then your text goes on. She's talking about the food there. And again, you think.
And she's going, please, dear God, don't bring up any more nude pics of my sister.
She's alone at this point. Is that right?
It's blurry.
Just wait a second. All right. You think she's alone at this point?
Yes. I said, go to a fancy restaurant. Yes.
All right. And then there's some more texts. You want her to call you.
Correct.
And that's on 5/28 the next day. Now, were you talking to her on the phone when she was in Myrtle Beach?
I talked to her a few times on the phone. Yes. I remember that.
And she never told you she was with anyone?
No.
And then as you go into then, you appear to be getting frustrated on 5/28 at 8:21 at night. I don't understand, Monica. I know you're not there alone, so why don't you just tell me your sister, your best friend? At least I thought, who are you with? Is this when you start questioning if she's telling you the truth?
This is when I started questioning if she was there alone. Yes.
And you go on, what is the big secret? And you send multiple texts, correct, asking about that.
Correct.
And then Monica responds to you, by myself. I don't have to lie. I can do what and when I please without explanation. That's her response to you?
Yes.
But that actually was a lie. She was with somebody.
Apparently, yes.
Right? You get more frustrated. You have several more texts with her then during this time frame. Wait for it to not be blurry. Let me turn the page. Right? Is it fair that you're getting upset now by her response? You say that's bullshit.
Yes.
Monica says you don't have to understand. No one does. It's not for anyone but me, and tells you good night. Your texts continue. At this point, are you calling her?
I think I tried calling her and she wasn't answering.
Right.
But I really don't remember.
So you then send multiple texts. I won't read them all, but you're basically frustrated. You're trying to get her to respond to you. You're asking her what's the secret. Are you with a guy? You just want to know.
Correct.
But she won't tell you.
No.
Council, let me interrupt you. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See Beckett.
And she's like, thank you, Jesus, I'm off the stand for a minute. I would be livid with my sister if I was in her shoes. Absolutely beyond livid if my sister did that. I'd be livid. I'm looking to see if there's anything that we need to discuss. So if I lose signal, I'm keeping everything at a bare minimum on the computer, trying to make sure that I don't have anything that's competing. Someone is coming tomorrow afternoon to help me work on computer, but we'll have to do it after the live is over. So we'll finish the live tomorrow and then go have dinner and then come back and work on computer. I'm looking. So what some of you don't realize that you were coming in the middle of this trial is that Monica Sementilli sent hundreds, look at my eyes, hundreds, possibly close to 1,000, inappropriate, disgusting pictures of every orifice of her body. And I mean, close up of the pooper shoot, close up of the pea shoot, close up of everything. I mean, even in when both of them are in jail, she's sending him letters through another jailie using their numbers, and they finally get caught, but they didn't for a while. And putting Kool-Aid on her lips and kissing the paper and says, "Put your thing in the mouth hole." I'm like, holy crap. This woman had no idea. This poor sister had no idea that her sister was dating a porn star, a manager of porns people. And that she was acting like a wannabe porn star. I'm trying to make it a little bit lighthearted because I'm trying to keep the, things at bay. So this is horrible, y'all. I feel sorry for the sister. I understand defending your sibling to the best of your ability and having your siblings back. I get all that. I really do. And it's understandable and it's fine. Do it. But at that same time, though, this girl has lied to her sister to the point that she gets on the stand and gets bombarded with that information. If I was her sister, I would be extremely upset. Extremely upset. And I could not and would not tolerate could not tolerate what's going on. I got to do it on the computer and the computer won't let me. So I could not imagine looking at those kind of pictures of my sister. I would be mortified. And I would be so pissed off at her. So pissed off. What do y'all think? What is your humble opinion? Oops, didn't mean to do that. I forgot. I gotta monetize and see. Well, I got lucky. Uh-oh. Why are you saying that? Oh, it's fine. Okay. I got lucky the other day when they said all those cuss words. I didn't get demonetized like I thought I would, but I did yesterday. Myrtle Beach used to be the greatest beach ever until 20 years ago when too many people discovered it and sketchy people go there now. It used to be a great family oriented and no fighting, no stealing. Aww. Oh, Gerald, no, you don't. No, you don't. Ah, no, you don't. But yeah, this woman, I mean, she was beautiful. She was stunningly beautiful to some people. Not all. Let me get pictures up for you. I want to get a picture of you. Some of you don't know. She's put on a lot of weight. She's aged a lot, but she was beautiful. I'm not disagreeing with that. She was beautiful. That said, it's affecting my live. Let me try it again. That said, yeah, um, my new guru, my new guru, my guru tech, my new guru. I can have the live up and the live feed up, and it's barely sustaining. When I bring up anything else, it bogs it down big time. Oh, I wanted to show y'all images of her. But she had a good, I mean, she had a what they most consider a good body. She was not hard to look at back then. I'm looking for a picture of her. That's not a bad picture. I can share this tab. See, there's her and Fabio. See, she was a decent proportions. Let me go back. Here we go. They have one with her in a mini dress. But see, look at her. She's a beautiful woman. Not that one. That's not her. But the thing is she hussied around. Go back. Go back. I don't want that. I want this. So this is her when she got arrested. Look how much skinnier she is. She doesn't have the Botox anymore. She doesn't have the gym. She's eating high carbs. She's in jail. See the difference between then and now? Very much so difference. See? There she is right there in the white. So I don't understand. I mean, but she wanted to be a porn star. And that's what she was trying to do. But if that was me and my sister was going to get on the stand, I would sit there and say, "Honey boo." And yes, I didn't realize how much I use the word boo, but I do. I would say, "Honey boo, baby sister, my bestest of friends." I acted like a fool and I sent intimate pictures of me to somebody, and it's going to come up in court. I would have prepped her like crazy so she would not be shocked. That shock factor that we just, oh, that feels good. The shock factor that we just witnessed is absolutely astonishing for that poor woman to have to look at the pictures. Y'all weren't here. She was forced to look high. Oh, guess what, my love? We need to show you something. Elena, I have something to show you, dear friend. You were the yesterday's winner. So you have an entry into the additional entry into the $50 giveaway at the end of the month. Congratulations. Woohoo! Congratulations, dear one. You got an additional entry into the giveaway. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Ada. What I'm trying to say is she had everything going for her. She was healthy. She was beautiful. And she let it go to her head and met a porn star as a racquetball coach. And she has started an affair And I understand beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, but what I'm saying is she wasn't an 800-pound person. Well, I guess I can't say that. They have those as porn stars too. I'm just trying to say she threw everything away. She threw it all away. You're right. You're right. It is in the eyes of the beholder. Mm, God help the one that beholds this. But anyway, she I just don't understand why she did what she did. She really didn't have a bad living. He was earning 150K a year to 200K a year before all the bonuses. The company, they got flown all over the place for company events. I mean, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words for this woman and other women, just like the Melody Ferris trial. I mean, she had a gorgeous home, more money than Fabio was getting, and unalived her husband for a lover. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, y'all. He helps, baby. Oh no, we got an earthquake rocks Italy, Naples. More shocks may follow. So much fear. Yep. And scientists are concerned an earthquake strike near the US volcano about ready to blow in Alaska. Yep. Oh. So it's horrible. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Haley Mouse, hola amigo, amiga. I knew that. Amiga. The bar holder says, "Yuck." Well, it just blows me away what people throw away. Blows me away. Gerald, you're too cute. White House withdrawal. Oh, never mind. California is still going through mudslides. I'm just catching y'all up on the news. Anything major? Powerful storms forced thousands of to evacuate in Southern California. Yeah, because of all the mudslides, because there's no trees and stuff to hold the ground together, the roots and all that. Oh, this is spring break. Everybody, if you're on spring break, please be careful. College students, please check in with your family, let them know you're safe. And I pray safety for all of them. I've never done the spring break thing. I never ran and went to these big beach parties or anything like that. That I've never done. I've never been a partier. And it always sucked for my birthday. It was always around spring break, so I never got to have parties. Yeah. Is what it is, y'all. I'm trying to see what's going on. Do we have anything in Discord pop in? As the gavel drops, it's got one thing, but what is it? Oh, Crime Cafe. Okay. I want to take a minute to thank As the Gavel Drops. I know I talk about them all the time, but you guys have no idea how important As the Gavel Drops is to people like me. We could not do what we do without people like this. Over at As the Gavel Drops, which is in your Discord, y'all. They have mods that go and follow cases. So one mod might follow 3 cases, okay? And they get all the documents that they could get their hands on. Now, a lot of them pay for those documents, and then they give them to As the Gavel Drops. So what can you do? One of my mods, do I have a mod here? Do we have the As the Gavel Drops buy me a coffee link? We need the As the Gavel Drops buy me a coffee link. I'd like to oh, that's Lady Di. Okay. The reason is because just so you know, if you donate a cup of coffee, it helps with the finances for As the Gavel Drops, because a lot of these documents the mods pay for themselves and you benefit it for free. I am a supporter. I try to once a month give something. I still need to give something for this month. And so please go over to As the Gavel Drops. If you do not have access, you can go to As the Gavel Drops, register your account, validate the account. You must validate it to make sure you're a real person. I do the same thing. I learned it from them. And then you can have access to all the legal documents that we have access to, all of the information, all the chat rooms. They got chat rooms on the cases. They got case suggestions. They've got all kind of stuff. They got old cases. They got the newest cases. They do it all. The court documents. Go to join As the Gavel Drops at that link. Be sure you verify your account after you're joined so you too can have access. Adika, thank you. I missed being a winner last night. I was so tired. I went to bed 1 minute before you finished your transmission. Don't forget, I live in the sunny Spain, a few hours difference. I actually, because was having technology issues like I am now, it won't let me take you down. We're having connection issues, internet. I didn't draw your name until this morning. I left it. So congratulations. Thank you for joining us from all the way from Spain. You know, I've always wanted to go to Spain. I would love to do a European tour, go to Spain. One of my ultimate places to go, of course, is Israel, but I'd love to just go over across the ocean and hit a few countries. I've been told that I'm used to driving all the way across Texas, which can be up to about, well, I don't know. Let me Google it. When I drive across Texas, it's not all in one time, but just from me to El Paso is over 8 hours, and I'm in central, north central Texas. 12 and a half hours is what it would take to drive across Texas from the furthest. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. Thank you. But it would take 12 and a half hours straight to go from the widest point, which is middle. If you're up in the panhandle, that little part that looks like this, it's 2.5 hours. All right, let's get going.
And then, is that correct? It's
Correct.
And then,
12 hours.
on the 28th, she says,
So awesome.
Monica says to you, OMG, are you crazy? I'm here alone and have been answering to everyone. At which point you responded that you don't believe her. Had you known your sister to lie to you?
I've never known her to lie to me before.
But now you do.
I suspected she was lying.
And now in court, you know that your sister is lying to you.
Yes.
Right. So you actually accused her of lying then. You said you are lying. I know you. So you know your sister, you know when she's lying.
Correct.
And you feel like you know your sister really well. So at this point, you knew this wasn't true.
I suspected it wasn't true.
All right. And As you go on, you have many, many, many more texts without going through them where you are telling her you're going to go. Were you going to go to Myrtle Beach?
I was going to go wherever she was
Why?
because I was mad she wasn't answering me and I thought she was there with somebody, friends, whoever, but I wanted to know why she was not telling me the whole truth.
And you continue to send her multiple texts pleading, I'm your sister, please, Monica. And when you say you're getting the silent treatment again, it's because she's not answering you.
That's correct.
And again, the texts go on where you're sending her many texts pleading with her to answer you. You're not getting any response. Is that right?
That's right. I think she's with her friends.
And when she doesn't answer you and says, I have no reason to catalyze me. You're her side.
Because I'm the one accusing her at this moment.
All right. And again, she is lying to you right now in this text, though.
I can see that. Yeah.
And she ain't happy.
So
Oh, she put her jacket on. It must be cold.
you were suspicious when she was in Myrtle Beach, so you testified that you used her password to go in and check her email
After she came back.
after she came back. When was that? Do you know?
End of May, beginning of June.
All right. So she was back around May 30th. So sometime after that, were you using your computer in Toronto area or Woodbridge to go into her email?
I was using my husband's computer. He was using. We were together. My husband was looking.
So at that point, you said you had her passwords, right?
Yes.
Had you ever gone in and checked her email before?
No.
So this was the first time that you went into her personal email because you suspected that she was lying to you.
I don't remember the reason, but I did it. So yes.
And when you went in there then, you testified that you found some other things, such as she was referring to herself as Madonna. Is that right?
I said I found a note where it was signed Madonna and Rob. Not signed, but typed Madonna and Rob, signed off.
Had you ever heard your sister refer to herself as Madonna?
Never.
And that particular website was
That's her stage name, y'all.
email that you saw was referencing meeting up with other couples or swinging.
I assumed that's what it was. Yes.
Did you ever know, or did your sister ever tell you that she was swinging, meaning have sex with other couples?
No.
Did your sister ever tell you that she was a member
and
participated over 800 times logging into an app called Lifestyle Lounge, which was for people who swing?
It is.
No.
So I could go through several
Then
countries in
when
one day.
you went into the emails, did you talk to Deborah Obad about that?
Yes.
And again, did Deborah Obad tell you that Monica had been cheating on Fabio and in a relationship with this Rob Baker?
That was the first time she mentioned Rob Baker's name to me.
Okay, so she didn't say the name's Rob Baker, but when she talked about before, she did talk to you about Monica cheating, having affairs, seeing someone, right?
She only made jokes in reference to me.
Well, what kind of jokes?
Like, look at your sister. She's so skinny. She must be having an affair. Look at her. Where's she going with those boots? She must be going to meet somebody. Things like that.
Well, when was that?
Before Fab even died.
Okay.
We can do that.
So
when
she
I won
made
the
jokes
lottery
about it before, but you didn't suspect anything. Then after he died, at that point, Deborah definitely had her suspicions about Rob Baker and was talking to you about it.
Objection calls for speculation.
It's compound, just stand in the background.
Did Deborah talk to you about
You
Rob
should
Baker
object
specifically having a relationship with your sister after Fabio died?
Call for hearsay objection.
Overruled.
I don't remember her ever saying his name to me before that conversation that I had about Myrtle Beach and the emails that I found.
Okay, well then, rather than say his name, did she talk about the racquetball guy? You knew, or reference Rob Baker. You knew who he was.
I don't remember her referencing racquetball player or anything like that. I really don't.
Now, after she came back from Myrtle Beach,
I believe that.
did you confront her then? Let's talk about first about her trip to Myrtle Beach.
Are you talking about my sister now?
Yes.
So when she came to Canada, yes, I confronted her along with my mom.
You and your mom, what did you confront her about?
We asked her if she was having an affair.
And what did she tell you?
She didn't answer. She didn't answer us. She just said, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." She was quiet. And I said, "Monica, are you having an affair? Is it with Rob?" And she just said, "I can't believe this. I can't believe this." And then I showed her the printout of whatever that letter said. And I'm like, "Who is Madonna? And who's Rob?" And she said, "I can't believe this. I can't believe this." And she got up and left, went upstairs, seemed like she was trying to pack. Then she came downstairs. She went outside, started walking down the street. I followed her. I asked her, "Where are you going?" She didn't answer. She was on her phone. I told her, convinced her to come back into the house. She came back into the house. Obviously, my mom and I were devastated. And
why were you devastated?
Because we had no idea that she was having, we assumed that she was. Even though she didn't admit it, I can tell that it was true.
Were you devastated that she'd been lying to you?
Yes, devastated that she lied to me, devastated that she had this affair, devastated that
I had to look at her vagina.
Swinging lifestyle. Like we were just shocked.
But at this point, sorry,
upset. But the fact that she had an affair and lied, of course she's going to lie. She wants to cover the affair. Doesn't mean that she had anything to do with this murder.
All right. So when she still didn't admit, though, that she was having an affair to you in Canada, when you confronted her with your mother,
Correct.
She still didn't admit that to you.
She didn't.
All right.
She never came out and said the words.
Well, she never admitted she had an affair with Rob Baker.
Gerald,
she never said those words. That's right.
You testified before that, again, this is a subject where it's your sister, it's the person closest to her. Along that line, until her arrest on June 14th, 2017, just to be clear, did she ever tell you that she had been seeing Rob Baker or was currently seeing Rob Baker, anything of that nature?
Overruled.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Until her arrest, okay? Did she ever tell you that she had been having an affair with Rob Baker at any time, before Fabio died or after Fabio died?
No, she never admitted anything to me. And I confronted her the night before she left to come back to LA. And the very next day she was arrested.
All right. Did she tell you that her daughter, Jessica, your niece, actually caught Rob Baker in her bed in the Sementilli home in the summer or the spring of 2016 when Fabio was out of town traveling on business?
Okay,
did she ever tell you that?
Monica never told me that.
Well, you said Monica. Did someone tell you that?
Deborah told me that.
So you did have conversations with Deborah prior about the situation of Jessica finding Rob Baker in your sister's bed.
I believe this.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I believe this conversation happened after Monica was arrested.
All right. So Jessica never told you about what she found in her mom's bed, finding Rob there.
Jessica told me after Monica was arrested and I spent time with them.
Did she ever tell you that immediately following Fabio's murder, February 21, that she was already going out to bars?
Overruled.
Did my sister
Yes.
tell me that she was going out to bars?
Yes.
No.
Did she tell you she was going to comedy clubs?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having trouble at home with her daughters, pleading for her to be home while she was out?
No.
Did she ever tell you, ever, about that Viber encrypted app where she could communicate with her lover on it thousands upon thousands of times?
We're just getting camera canceled.
Did she ever tell you that when she went to Vegas, you said the first time she was going with, you don't remember the first time. Is that right? The first time she went to Vegas?
That's correct.
So she never told you that she was going there with Rob Baker that first time in March. Is that right?
That's overruled.
She never told me, no.
Did she ever tell you that she lied to her friends and Wella employees as well as her own kids and told them that she was going with friends? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she told me she was going with friends.
Okay, but did she tell you that she also lied to Wella people about that?
No.
Did she tell you that she also lied to her own kids about that fact?
No.
Did she also tell you that she lied to her friends about that fact?
Overruled.
No.
When she went back to Las Vegas in May, she told you she was going, you testified with Sheila and Rob, right?
Sheila and Sheila's husband.
Okay, Sheila and Sheila's husband. Did she tell you that she was also going with Rob Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that she paid for the suite in Las Vegas?
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that she paid over a $500 dinner for a birthday dinner with her boyfriend?
No, again, she's kept that from me because she's having an affair and obviously she didn't want anyone to know.
Including her own sister, who was her best friend, who talked to her 2 to 3 times every day.
That's correct.
All right. Did she tell you that, ever that she was a member of a swinging group?
Never.
Did she tell you that she had sex with other men while her boyfriend, Rob Baker, watched her on FaceTime?
No.
Did she tell you that she lied to the police and said she knew nothing about the surveillance system when in fact she is the person who had it installed and had all the paperwork?
It's not correct. It's overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that she wanted to ditch her last name Sementilli?
It's overruled.
That's not an evidence.
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that after she's arrested in letters to her lover, Rob Baker, and jail calls to him, she talked about wanting to ditch her last name Sementilli and be called Mrs. Baker?
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that prior to Fabio's murder, she referred to herself as Mrs. Baker?
No.
Did she tell you that prior to Fabio's murder, when she was at Rob Baker's house, that she wrote Mrs. Baker in lipstick on his mirror in his bedroom?
No.
Did she tell you that she had told people at the gym that she was unhappy in her marriage prior to the murder of Fabio?
No. I knew she told them that she was lonely. She would tell me that too.
Okay, my question is, did she tell you that she told them she was unhappy in her marriage?
No.
Overruled.
Based on everything that you've testified, is it still your testimony that you trust what your sister says to you?
I believe my sister. I know she was lying because she was hiding an affair. She knew I
That's not
wouldn't
my
agree.
question.
Do I trust her? Yes.
Do you trust her to tell you the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Even after you had to look at her vajayjay? Oh my God, that I would kill my sister.
Ms.
for that.
Crescentini, you testified in response to my questions earlier that you.
Yes, let's clarify this. Fabio was not of any of this lifestyle. There's no record of him cheating on her. There's no record of anything. He apparently, in all understanding, was a good husband. Monica, however, was swinging with the lover who happened to be the racquetball coach or team lead or whatever at the gym and was a well-known porn star. And he then now at that time was managing a bunch of porn stars, and they obviously also had some websites. And his friends, the gentleman, Mr. Brown, that testified, was working at strip clubs and managing strip clubs and got out of the business at a certain point and is retired. That's what she was involved in, not Fabio.
You learned at some point that Monica had been having an affair with Rob Baker, correct?
Yes.
And that was after you, with your husband, went on Monica's emails up in Canada, where because she had used your family computer.
Okay, my bad. Haley Mouse, you're correct.
Stored.
My computer's wigging. Back in the day, he did cheat with Monica as he was married, and she was a salon manager. I'm sorry. I'm talking about during the course of his marriage with Monica, he was faithful to Monica. Gotcha. But when they were dating, he was cheating with her. So, yeah, it's a lot to keep up with, guys.
Correct?
Correct.
You didn't separately find passwords to go into her computer. She had just openly used your computers at your home to access her emails, correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry. I thought
And
you were
the
talking about
prosecutor,
during the course of marriage.
you testified that you were unaware that Monica had been having an affair, came up and showed you a series of explicit sexual photos that Monica had exchanged with Robert Baker, correct?
Yes.
And she asked you repeated questions about whether you had seen those photos or knew about those photos.
She did, yes.
And she suggested to you that you somehow, if you had known about Monica sending explicit sexual photos, that would mean that Monica wasn't devastated and grieving because someone had killed her husband, correct?
Sustained.
Is it true that during that period that the prosecutor was saying those photos were sent, Monica was in Canada, devastated and grieving based on your observations that Fabio, her husband, had been murdered?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you questions about a phone call you had and described with Monica the day Fabio was murdered. Earlier in the day, late afternoon, early evening, Canada time, and mid-afternoon, LA time. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you described a telephone conversation that you knew you had had, and the prosecutor put up exhibits showing you phone records for Monica's cell phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you if anywhere on there was evidence or a document that reflected the phone call that you had just earlier testified you had had with Monica on the day Fabio was killed, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I mark as next in order, and forgive me, I don't know.
627, what is it, please?
627. It is a 2-page AT&T document for phone number 818. I'm sorry.
I think both women
Page 1
are beautiful women.
of the photograph of, or the copy of this record. Do you recognize?
But the part of the point is that I was going to make is that Monica has changed so much since she went to prison or jail. But she's been there a long time, years. that witnesses early on in the trial couldn't pick her out, couldn't identify her?
The number as the originating number on 1/23/17 at 22:02:19 UTC time. And if I tell you that in California would be 8 hours less, which would be 14:02 California time and 2:02 p.m. Do you recognize that number, that 416?
That is my number.
Okay. And do you recognize the number that you called without saying it?
Yes, that's Monica's phone number, but I don't remember if it's the house or her cell phone.
Okay. And in fact, at that time, 14:02 or 2:02 p.m. on January 23, 2017, did you in fact have a 21-minute, 44-second telephone call with your sister, Monica?
Yes, as I testified before, I called her and we talked.
And specifically, you called her and you talked about the exact things you testified to, correct?
Correct.
So the document the prosecutor showed you of another telephone record for a different telephone line that Monica had didn't reflect any phone call, but this record just introduced by the defense clearly reflects that 22-minute call from you to Monica, correct?
Correct.
The prosecutor asked you about some State Farm insurance claims that were suggested that Monica was making for, I think the prosecutor said, drapes and other items. Do you recall that question from the prosecutor?
Yes.
In fact, you did you not suggest it to Monica that she contact State Farm and set up a meeting with State Farm, correct?
That is correct. It was my idea.
And in fact, you were there when Monica met with State Farm, correct?
Yes.
Who is Joyce? It was Joyce who identified to Monica from looking at the house what State Farm would like to do in terms of replacing items in the house, correct?
Yes, she went into detail about all the things that they can do. We can replace this, we can paint this. It's all, you don't have to worry. It's all covered. It's part of your policy. And I remember thinking, wow, that's a little bit excessive, but if it's covered, sure. And Monica was in the process of deciding on whether or not she was selling the house. I think she even hired a real estate agent at that point.
And in fact, Monica did not take advantage of everything that Joyce was offering that State Farm would pay for, and only asked for a few items to be covered by State Farm, correct?
That's correct. She wanted the piece of carpeting in her room, the fingerprint, like painting, the fingerprint dust off. That's about it. Reimburse her for changing the locks. I can't remember what else, but basic things that I agreed with. And then when Joyce came over, she said, "Oh, we could also do this, and we can also do this, and we could also replace this."
And in fact, she declined those things that Joyce suggested in addition to be replaced.
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked you earlier about this surveillance video that the neighbor had brought over a copy of for you all to have. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in fact, when the neighbor brought the surveillance video over, were you aware that it was your sister on the night of the murder who had suggested to the police that they contact a specific neighbor, Leslie Hamilton, to see if there was surveillance video of the killers coming to the house?
I wasn't aware that she did that.
And were you aware that it was from that information that the LAPD obtained the surveillance video? Ms. Crescentini, you knew at the time you reviewed the surveillance video yourself, you knew and had met and had even played racquetball with Rob Baker, correct?
Yes.
You knew what he looked like, correct?
Yes.
You'd seen him most recently the night before when he came to the wake for Fabio, correct?
Yes.
And when you reviewed the surveillance video, did you recognize Rob Baker from either of the photos of these contained in that video?
Absolutely not.
In fact, when you see that the suspects were covered head to toe with large sweatshirts and covering, correct?
Correct.
And that their faces were covered with drawstrings and hats or sweatshirt hats where you could see very little of their faces, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you had learned that even after the LAPD had photographs of Rob Baker from the night before at the wake, they could not match Rob Baker to either of the men in the video.
Objection, it's Jim's facts, line evidence.
Sustained.
So all of these questions by the prosecutor about however many times the prosecutor asked you about not knowing that your sister went to Las Vegas and went to Myrtle Beach with Rob Baker and engaged in swinging, sexual swinging, and made attempts to cover up her affair with Rob Baker. You made clear from the start your sister tried to conceal her affair with Rob Baker, right?
That's exactly right.
And at no time did you, learning that she had lied about her affair with Rob Baker, did that ever in any way change your mind about believing that your sister had nothing to do with Fabio Sementilli's murder?
I believe she had nothing to do with that murder. She was just concealing an affair and her lifestyle.
Thank you. No further.
Anything further by the people?
Just briefly. The State Farm Insurance used the words that you couldn't believe it is excessive what they were giving you, right?
What Joyce,
Well, that was the word you used, excessive.
yes, what Joyce presented.
Right. Okay, so that would include security, right?
Yes.
But your sister didn't want to get any new security. She'd rather have the house repainted.
Objection, argument.
That's form sustained.
She didn't want to get security.
It's not that she didn't want to. They offered it. We talked about it. And then I left. I don't know what my sister picked to do or not.
Well, you do know because you didn't see any new security ever come in, right?
When I came back and after she was
Did you ever
arrested,
see it?
no.
Okay. And then as far as recognizing the image of Rob Baker running up the street. You didn't recognize him.
No,
You weren't having sex with him for the last year though, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You were never in a relationship with Rob Baker for a year and a half, where you saw him on a regular basis and knew the way he ran, moved, walked, ran, right?
Objection, relevance, argumentative.
It's overruled.
I clearly was not.
Okay, thank you.
Any further by the defense?
No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
Woo!
Defense, we call the next witness.
Done.
Yes, you call Bella Sementilli, Your Honor, Isabella?
I don't know. I have it up on my monitor and my output, and it seems to be okay. The court is a little fuzzy. Their feed's a little off today. It is a little off. Now, unfortunately, they say the rumor mill is, inside word is that Mr. Baker's going to testify about 3:00 their time. So hopefully I'll be back. I got to leave at 2:30. In about 30 minutes, I have a doctor's appointment at 3:15. It's 30 minutes away at least. So I got to leave, well, about 2:15. I got to leave in about 15 minutes. I'm going to leave this up and running. I'll be doing my remote as always. I got to get my foot seen. I think there may be a blood clot
Just
in my
right
foot.
there, if you could please face
That-
me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat and witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Isabella Sementilli. E-N-T-I-L-L-I.
Oh, her daughter. Youngest.
Thank you, Honor. May I address her as Isabella?
Any way you want. Ms. Sementilli.
Okay. Well, I know you as Bella, is that correct?
Yes.
And we met, what, 7 years ago after your mother was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, and I was retained as her attorney, correct?
Yes.
Have we spoke many times since then over the last 7 years?
Yes.
Most of them having to do with scheduling and how the trial is proceeding, if it's going to proceed, so forth and so on. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
She looks like her father.
And we'll get to this, but obviously you were the one who discovered the body of your father on the day of his murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were the subject of many interviews, I assume, by the police. Is that right?
Yes.
You remember, and also you were the one who made the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. And
That's mercy or pity.
try to revive him
Oh, I feel
following
bad.
the commands or orders of the person on the 911 call and trying to save his life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were interviewed, I take it, that night by the police?
Yes.
Did you, I take it, you tell me what condition you were in emotionally when that occurred?
That day when I was interviewed by the police, I tried my best. I mean, I was crying. I was in shock. So
Your mother was also a president at that time, correct?
yes.
How long after you were at the scene and saw your father out on the patio, your mother arrived?
It was probably less than 10 minutes. She was there. She's home.
Your mother is the defendant in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you describe what condition she was in after realizing that Fabio had been murdered?
She fell to her knees when she came home. She was screaming, crying. She couldn't stand up on her own. The minute she walked outside and saw what was happening, she fell to the floor.
Did that condition you observed change to any great degree the rest of that first night?
No.
When you say crying, did you see tears?
Yeah,
How do you know they were tears?
because she was crying. Her face was wet.
Let me ask you this, Bella. Well, a little background. How old are you now?
24.
And how old were you at the time of your father's murder?
16.
Okay. And you were living on Victoria,
Yes.
Queen Victoria Drive, is that it?
Yes.
Did I get it right? And you had moved there from Canada, is that correct?
Yes.
How old were you when you moved to Los Angeles
10.
from Canada? 10?
Yes.
And you moved there with your father and your sister, Jessica, is that right?
Yes, and my mom.
And your mom. Could you describe briefly how you believe your parents' marriage was leading up to the time your father died?
Yeah, they were best friends. They always went on dates together. And then if they went out, they always took us with them too. We were like a unit. We went on vacations together. They always told me to marry someone who's your best friend. And they were best friends. So
That is
Was
true.
your father a good father?
yes.
Was your mother a good mother?
Yes.
You know now, and found out, I assume at some point, that your mom was having an affair with Robert Baker, correct?
Yes, the day she was arrested.
Okay. And how'd you feel about that?
I didn't believe it at first. I was pretty flustered and frustrated. And then they told me she was arrested. And then I went home after that and met up with my sister.
Did that affect your feelings towards your mother in terms of her marriage with your father?
Yeah.
How?
I was upset.
Had you had any idea that that was occurring until your mother's arrest?
No.
And up to that time, had you seen your parents appear to be very happy together?
Yes, very happy.
So let me ask you this. On the day of the murder, do you remember, well, let me ask you first, you remember waking up, what time that was?
Yeah, it was 6:45 in the morning.
And what did you do that morning?
I went to school.
Were you going to school regularly then?
Yes.
And what school was that?
Agora High School.
So what time did you leave the house?
7:25, usually 7:30.
Okay. And did you drive to school?
Yes.
What were you driving?
A Fiat, a white Fiat.
Did you notice whether your father was home that morning?
Yes, I did.
And was he home?
Yes.
Did you say hi to him?
Yes.
What was he doing when you saw him?
Just making coffee as I was leaving.
Did you know that morning whether he was going to work or not?
I did not know.
Did he at times stay home from work and skip work?
Yes, sometimes.
How often was that?
Once every few months.
When did you find out, if you did, that he did not work? The entire day until you returned
Yes.
to home. Is that what time did you get out of school that day?
Around 3:00.
Was that normal?
Yes.
And normally would you come home from school?
Yes.
How long would it take you normally to go from Agora High School to home at 3:00 in the afternoon of a weekday?
30 to 45 minutes.
Did you have anything though planned that day before coming home?
I had a job interview.
Okay. Did your mother know about that?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that job interview and with who?
It was at Italia Deli with the manager.
Where?
With the manager in
Oh.
Agora Hills.
And approximately, or if you know the address, do you know the address?
I don't know the address. It's on Canaan and Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
And how far was that from Agora High School?
5 minutes.
How would you get there, or how did you get there that day, if you remember?
I drove.
And what route did you take?
I took Canaan to Thousand Oaks. That intersection, it's right next to my school. So I just turned out of my school and went there.
And took you out. And what did you do when you got there?
I waited there for
Interview with you recall?
the manager
And it was to do what there?
to have a job,
As?
a sandwich maker.
Okay. Your father was a good sandwich maker too, wasn't he? Did you get the job?
Yes.
So what was your plans after leaving the interview?
I was going to go straight home.
Did something interrupt that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was?
My mom called me and said that my prescription glasses were ready and that I could go pick it up. And I asked if I needed someone to come with me, like an adult, because I was 16. And she said she would call them and then call me back to let me know.
And did she call you back and let you know?
Yes.
And did she tell you whether or not she would have to be there with you or whether you could just go there on your own and then go home?
She called me back and said I can go pick it up myself and then come home.
And did you do that?
Yes.
When you called her, were you still at the Italian deli or were you driving home already?
I was driving home already.
And then you went to the eye doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
You remember his name?
Dr. Cohen.
Okay. And you remember how long it took you to get there?
From where I was on the freeway, it was probably 15 minutes to get there. And then I picked up my glasses.
Okay. And you did not, your mother said she did not have to be there with you.
She did not have to be there with me.
So you just picked them up and left, correct?
Correct.
You did not have any eye exam or anything necessary at that point?
No.
You'd already been through that?
Right.
And then how long did it take you to get from Dr. Cohen's office to home?
It took me 7 minutes to get home.
So can you tell us, as best you recall, what time it was that you first reached your home and parked?
It had to have been around 4:15. I remember.
Sometime before 5 o'clock.
Before 5, yeah.
You don't know the exact time?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And where'd you park?
I parked on the street outside of my house. That's usually where I parked.
Okay. Now, with the garage, how would you usually enter the house when you would park there?
I would enter the garage key code and the garage would open and then I would go through the door that leads to the kitchen.
Was that the shortest route to take to get into the house?
Yeah, I could have gone through the front door, but we rarely go through the front door.
Okay. And you had some kind of button to push, you said?
Yeah, on the outside of the garage, usually.
Okay. And did you do that?
No,
What did you do?
the garage was already open.
And did you see anything in the inside of the garage? Did you see the Porsche, for instance?
No, it was not there.
Your father owned a Porsche, is that right?
Yes.
Had he recently purchased it?
Yes.
About how long before?
I don't remember.
Well, his death occurred about January 23rd,
Yes.
2017.
Yeah.
Do you recall him getting the Porsche around Christmas time?
The fall, Christmas, something like that. Yeah.
Do you know why he got a Porsche?
No.
Did you know if he liked that car?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you see that car in the garage when you pulled home?
No.
Did that surprise you, or had you not yet learned that your father had stayed home that day?
It surprised me because usually the garage door and the gate are closed. But every once in a while, someone will forget to shut it on their way out. So it was unusual. Yeah.
Did you notice any blood on the garage door floor?
Not in the garage. No.
How did your father usually park the Porsche, if you remember? That is, was it straight in or did he back it in?
I would say straight in more than backed in.
Okay. But he was not there at that time?
No.
So where did you go?
So I went through the garage into the door that leads to the kitchen.
And the first thing you saw was your father, is that right?
Yes. When you open the door, there's a big window in the kitchen that you can see outside. So I opened the door and I saw him, what looked like him to just be sitting outside.
And how long did it take you to realize that it looked like he had been attacked and was either dead or had real problems?
There was blood all over the kitchen. As I was walking in, I noticed it on the floor, on the walls, on the door, and it smelled like vinegar.
And what's the first thing you did?
I didn't even go outside. I just called 911 right away. I just brought my stuff, and then I went outside after.
And do you know how long you were on the phone with 911?
No, I don't remember.
Were you still on the phone with 911 when your mother arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And how did she arrive? Where did you first see her?
She opened the door to the backyard, which is where I was, and just yelled what happened and screaming.
Okay. And at some point, was she on the 911 call with you?
I don't remember.
At some point, were you getting instructions from the operator on how to hopefully save your father's life?
Yes.
And was your mother involved in that as well?
Yes.
And what was the operator telling you to do?
Put him on his back.
And did you attempt to do that with your mother's help?
We tried, but we couldn't do it.
It was too big?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make any attempts pursuant to the instructions of 911 to revive your father?
Yeah, I attempted.
And what was that?
To try and turn him. Well, at first they told me to turn him on his back, but I was by myself at that point. My mom hadn't come home yet, and I was trying. And I even said on the call, I can't do it. He's too heavy for me to do it. And then shortly after, my mom came and I told her, they're telling me to put him on his back, and she was trying to help me.
And before you could do that, did anyone else arrive?
No.
How long were you there before anyone arrived from the fire department, police department, or any agency?
Less than 10 minutes.
Were you and your mom still trying to turn him over and help him?
Yes.
And I assume there was a lot of...
They were still Canadians, okay? And basically what happened is the company bought the car, and the dad had a very low loan, a low interest loan through the company, and he bought it through the company. And they wanted her to work and understand the value of a dollar. They weren't filthy rich. I think he was earning between 150 and, well, I think they said 130 something, but with all the bonuses, it could go up as close to 200,000 a year. So, yeah.
Blood there.
Yes.
Okay. Who did you first notice arriving at the scene?
The firemen.
And was there more than one?
Yes.
Did they take over at that time in terms of caring for your father?
Yes. They told me and my mom to stay inside.
Okay, guys, I'm going to start heading out. I got to leave here by 2:15, so I got to go. I will be remote. If this thing crashes, I will see if my son can step in and fix it. Haley Mouse, if you're listening, will you please hop in the background? And if we lose internet, can you pop it up, please? If you can't, that's fine. But just letting you know, I'm going to go get this foot looked at because walking on it's brutal. Okay, I will be back.
And where did you go with her?
To the dining table inside.
And was she with you the whole time?
Yes.
And was her physical condition any different than you described when she got there and saw the body?
It was the same.
And what about you, Bella? What shape were you in at that point? Do you remember?
I was just in shock. Again, I was crying, but then I wasn't crying. I was trying to be responsible. I was trying to help my mom. It's all over the place. So.
Who else arrived, or who were the first people to arrive after the initial firemen?
I remember Deborah first.
Deborah Obad?
Yeah.
Now, your sister Jessica,
Yeah.
had she been babysitting as far as you knew at the Obad house?
I didn't know that she was babysitting. I just thought she was out somewhere.
Okay. And was she the next member of the family you saw?
Yeah.
And was Deborah Obad with her?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So eventually the police arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And before they arrived, where were you and your mother?
At the dining room table.
Just waiting?
Yeah.
And were the firemen still working on your dad?
Yes.
At some point, did they tell you and your mom that they could do no more and he had died?
Yes.
About how long after they died did they tell you that?
I don't remember the timing.
And I assume that the condition of you and your mother remained the same. Is that right?
Yeah.
How long was it before any police officers arrived?
I don't remember.
Were they the next people you saw, or was it someone else?
Yeah.
And at some point, were you directed out of the house and told you could not stay there for now and had to go to a neighbor's house?
Yes.
You remember which neighbor that was?
Yes.
Whose?
Vanessa Schachter. That's my neighbor.
And was this someone you knew well?
Yes.
And how far away was that house from your house?
Like 5 steps.
Had your sister arrived by then?
Yes.
So did you and your mom and your sister go to the Schachter house?
Yes.
Were you escorted there by an officer?
Yes.
How long were you there before you were spoken to by any of the police?
I was probably there for about half an hour.
Were you with your mom the same time, all the time?
The whole time up until we did separate interviews with the detectives.
And was that at their direction?
Yeah.
Do you remember the names of any of the detectives who came there?
I don't remember.
You remember now? Does Parshall ring a bell or?
Parshall rings a bell. Yeah.
Okay. Your interview with them, was that separate, away from your mom and your sister?
It was me and my sister together.
Okay. And was your mother interviewed separately?
Yes.
And after the interviews concluded, what happened with you and your mom and your sister, if you know?
We went to sleep at Deborah's house.
Did your mom want to sleep at Deborah's house?
I don't remember if she wanted to or not.
So you and your mom and Jessica went over to Deborah's house.
Yes.
Didn't your mom want to sleep home in the family house?
I don't remember if she wanted to or not.
Did you?
No.
So Deborah had arrived by then, is that correct?
Yeah, she was with us at the Schachter's house too.
And I assume a lot of other people had arrived, is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you meet any of them, such as people from Wella or neighbors or even looky-loos?
Yes, my dad's friends came.
Did you talk to them?
Yeah, they gave us hugs and tried to come.
Shocked?
Shocked, yeah.
Let me ask you this, Bella. Before your father's death, how would you have described your father's marriage with your mom?
They were best friends.
Did your dad have a favorite song?
Yes.
What was that song?
My Way by Frank Sinatra.
Did you ever see your mom sing that song during any of the events that took place, ceremonies or funerals following your father's death?
Yes.
Where was that?
I was not physically there. I just saw videos of it, but I do remember her singing it on a stage, and then I remember her singing it at my cousin's graduation in New York.
Okay. And were there other family members on the stage with her when she sang it?
Yes.
Was one of them Morella?
Yes.
That was from your father's family. How is she related to you?
She's my dad's sister.
Okay. And was she smiling and clapping and singing along?
Yes.
At any time, at least before your mother's arrest, did anyone say to you that they thought your mother was inappropriately at any of the events that she attended, or the funeral or anything like that?
No.
When you went to Canada for your father's funeral and burial, was he cremated or was he buried himself without being cremated?
He was cremated.
And can you remember who made that decision, if you know?
I don't remember who made that decision, but it was me, my sister, my brother, and my mom that had a conversation about it, and we all agreed to cremate him.
Okay. Did anyone complain about that from Fabio's family?
No.
Did you hear any complaints about, well, let me ask you this. So was he cremated?
Yes.
And then his remains were buried where or placed where? Do you
They're
remember?
in Toronto.
Where?
In Canada, in Toronto.
Okay. Did anyone complain about that?
No.
Following that, did any members of your family come out to stay with you and your mom and your sister?
Yes.
To help out?
Yes.
And who was that?
My Aunt Anna came. My grandmother came. Morella came a few times. That's all I really remember.
And your Aunt Anna was just here in court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when they came, what did they do for you and Bella and your mom?
Just comfort us, keep us busy, helped us out. That's it.
Help you grieve?
Yeah.
Were they all there for you?
Yeah.
Did you have any issues with your father's family at
I
that
put my
time?
phone on the magnet mount and it
Everyone
overheated,
appeared
so
to
my
be
phone
in
is
the
too
same
hot. I can't mount
condition,
it.
and that is do the best they could to help you and your sister
I'm
and your
here.
mom
I'm just going to have to lay the phone down.
survive this terrible tragedy.
Yes.
Okay. What about your cousin Luigi? Did he come?
My brother.
Your brother, I'm sorry.
I don't remember during that time.
Before then, what was the relationship with your father's family?
We were close.
Did you ever go on trips with them?
Like small weekend trips, yeah.
Did they ever come out to California
Yes.
for any particular holidays?
I'm not sure about a holiday, but they would come randomly throughout the year, yes.
And I'm talking about when your father was alive.
Yes, when my father was alive.
Who would come?
Morella, her partner Marco, her daughter Vanessa, Anthony and Stephanie would come too. They're my cousins. Yeah.
And how long were your parents married before your father was murdered?
22. They were married in 96, so 22, I think.
And at any time did you and your family or Fabio and your mom's family go to Canada on vacations or visits?
Yes.
And how often did that occur?
It was either we would go during the summer for a few weeks, or we would go for Christmas, so once a year.
And again, how would you describe how the two families got along or interacted?
We would spend equal time with each side of the family.
Did any of that change at some point, the relationship between you and your sister and your mom, but specifically you and your sister with your dad's family?
Yes.
And when did that occur, if you can tell us or recall?
When my mom was arrested, I remember at first I did feel cared for by the Sementilli family as time went on, and I showed my I stand by my mom and I stand by her innocence in this whole thing. That then the relationship quickly ended because they blasted her on social media every day.
So did things change specifically when you made it clear and your sister that you believed your mom was innocent?
Yes.
And they did not, obviously, from what you're saying, react to that well.
Right.
When you say blasted on media,
Yeah.
what do you mean?
The day she was arrested, already there were posts on Instagram and Facebook about her and saying horrible things about her. And then that just continued and got even worse as time went on. And because they're my family and I followed them on social media, and I was 17 years old at the time. I would see all of it, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. So
what'd you do about it?
So I had to block them on social media because I didn't want to see it. And I tried to keep a personal relationship, but then that ended quickly after.
Who did you try to keep the personal relationship with?
All of them.
And what was the response?
At first, I did want to see them. I did want to keep a relationship with them. And they tried the best that they could, but they're just too angry. So
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Morella and her family.
So did the relationship then change significantly at that point?
Yes.
Now, at that time, you were living in the house just with your sister, is that right?
Sister, and then Anna and my grandmother would switch off and come take care of us because I was underage.
Sure. So did they come out to stay with you, one or the other, or both,
Yes.
for a lengthy period of time?
Yes.
And what about your dad's family? Did they ever come out to stay with you and help?
They offered, and we wanted them to. And my aunt and my grandmother, Anna and Filomena, offered to leave so that Morella and Loredana could come visit us, but they didn't.
They what?
They didn't.
They wouldn't?
They just didn't come.
Was that because of the animosity that occurred because of your attitude towards your mom and her arrest?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Has that changed?
No.
At any time after your dad died, do you recall any of his clothes or personal items being given away or offered to any of the family members?
Yes.
Can you describe when that occurred, for instance, how long after your father's death?
I believe it was sometime in the spring. I know Morella came, and her and my mother went through the garage and all of my dad's clothes and were going through everything. My mother was very generous and just let people take what they wanted.
And did you know what the purpose of that was?
I'm not sure what the purpose of it was. I'm assuming just to go through his stuff to see what was there.
And if anyone wanted something
They could
as a
have it.
memento or whatever, could they take it?
Yes.
Did that bother you in any way?
No.
Did you think that was inappropriate that your mom was giving some of your father's clothes away to family members?
No.
Did anyone complain there about that to you as to why she was doing it, or complain to your mother in your presence?
No.
Did that ever come up as an issue?
No.
Now, this, of course, was before your mother's arrest
Yes.
and while the families were getting along.
Yes.
Did your father had, and the family had the Porsche, and then they had some kind of truck, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was that?
The truck?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of truck it was.
And so, who drove the truck before your father passed away?
My dad, that was his car.
And then he got the Porsche?
And then he got the Porsche.
So, what car did your mother drive after that?
Me and my mom shared the Fiat, the red Fiat.
Who drove the truck?
My dad.
Okay. So he drove both the truck and the Porsche.
Yes.
And your sister?
She drove my mom's old Mustang.
At some point, was the truck turned in or sold back to the dealership?
Yes.
You recall when that was?
No, I don't remember.
Do you recall any of the circumstances surrounding why the truck had to be given back?
I don't remember.
Okay. Eventually, was a new car purchased?
My mom, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
I believe it was a Mustang.
Okay. Was a Mustang one of your dad's favorite cars also?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know, did you ever find out why your father was home that day from work?
No, he would just do that randomly.
Did you ever hear, or did anyone ever tell you anything about a colonoscopy appointment that your father may have had?
No.
So you don't know to this day why he stayed home other than to work at home, is that right?
Right.
When he stayed home and worked at home, where did he work usually?
On the kitchen table.
But he wasn't up when you left that day?
He was up. He was making coffee as I was leaving. He just woke up after me.
And did you talk to him?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't remember, but I'm sure I did.
And that was the last time you saw him alive, is that right?
Yes.
You still believe in your mother's innocence?
Yes.
You know there's a lot of evidence that's been introduced in this case about too bad, fair.
Yes.
Sustained.
Has any of the evidence that was
Stricken.
Has any of the evidence that you know from, well, first of all, when did you find out your mom was having an affair with Robert Baker?
The day she was arrested.
And who told you that?
The detectives that pulled me out of work. I don't remember who it was.
So you were at work that day
I was working that day.
at the place where you got
The job, yeah.
okay. And you were pulled out of work by the detectives?
Yes.
You remember who it was?
No.
And were they there in person?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
They took me to a Starbucks down the street and started recording me. And they just said that
Started recording you?
they recorded me. Yes.
Well, were they asking you questions first?
Yes.
All right, that leads me back. After the first night that you were interviewed by the police,
Mm-hmm.
were there other times when they came out to interview you and have you take them around the house and tell you what you did that day and so forth?
Yes.
About how many times did that occur, if you recall?
After the night that my father was killed,
Yes.
probably only twice.
Okay. And did you cooperate?
Yes.
Did they come out to speak to your mom on occasions also?
Yes.
And did she cooperate?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not you were being recorded?
No.
Did they ever tell you the progress of the investigation into your father's death?
Yes, they did.
And what did they tell you?
They just said it was a robbery gone wrong.
And did your mom often inquire about what the
Yes.
state of the investigation was?
Yes.
And what did they say, if you recall?
They're still finding the guys who did it. That's it.
That they were making progress, things of that nature?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that now that they were lying to you?
Yeah.
So now take me back to you're at school and they bring you out of school. They start questioning you, is that right?
Out of work. Yeah. They took me out of
I'm
work.
sorry. And were these still additional questions about the investigation, where you were, where your mother was on the day of the incident and so forth?
Yeah. And that was the first time they asked me how I knew Rob Baker.
Okay. Did you know Rob Baker before your mom's arrest?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was the racquetball coach at the gym.
And how did you first meet Mr. Baker?
At the gym.
And can you estimate how long before your father's murder that you first met him?
Probably a year to a year and a half before.
And how did you meet him?
At the gym. I was with my sister and my mom.
And did you play racquetball there as well?
A few times, yeah.
Who played more, you or your sister?
My sister.
Was she better?
Yeah.
What about your mom?
She went often, yeah.
And she played there as well?
Yes.
Did she introduce you to Mr. Baker?
Yes.
As who?
As the racquetball coach.
And how many times would you estimate after that you were at the gym or went to the gym before your father's death?
Say that again, sorry.
How many times, how often would you go to the gym to play racquetball or do anything else?
Not often.
Who went more, you or your sister?
My sister.
So she played racquetball there?
Yes. Yes.
And what about your mom?
Often.
Did you, well, when you say often, how often would you estimate that your mom went to the gym that you know of,
Yeah.
racquetball or do anything else?
Yeah. A few times a week.
And the times that you went there, did you see Mr. Baker as well?
I don't remember that. If I was with my sister and my mom, yeah, I used to see him there, but I never went by myself. So
Was he friendly with you?
yes.
Did you ever see Robert Baker other than at the gym?
Yes.
Can you tell us the first time you saw him outside of the gym setting?
I don't remember the first time, but there are a few incidences where I've seen him outside of the gym. I don't know what order it is in.
All right. Well, tell us about the first one you remember.
Okay. My cousin was visiting, and we were at the hotel because our house was getting painted, and we were getting off of the freeway. And as we're getting off the freeway, I was in a separate car, and my sister and cousin were in the car in front of me, and her tire popped. And I remember them pulling over to the side of the road, and a car pulled up behind her. I called her and I asked her what happened, and she said that her tire popped. So he helped them with her flat tire.
And when she said Rob was behind her, did you know who she was talking about?
Yes.
Is that Robert Baker?
Yes.
Did you know why he was behind her?
No.
Do you know if anyone had called him?
No.
Did you see him outside the car? Did you say hello or anything? Or
No.
what did you do?
I kept driving because I was behind them.
And he helped fix the tire, is that right?
He called someone to come fix it.
Did that feel a little creepy to you?
Let's overrule that ground. So stand on that ground.
How did that make you feel to see Mr. Baker suddenly show up behind you?
At the time, it didn't feel weird
Okay, why?
because I just thought it was a coincidence.
When did you next see Mr. Baker before your mom's arrest?
The same trip that my cousin was visiting, we went to a restaurant, Denny's restaurant, and we sat.
Denny's, you said?
Denny's.
Okay.
And we sat down, and Rob was sitting right next to us, the table right next to us.
And was it?
We're going to take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30.
I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is go ahead and close this live. And then I will come back as soon as my doctor's appointment is done. She's pretty quick. So it's 2:33. He said 1:30 their time. So I will restart the live as soon as I get back in office. So it may be close to 4 o'clock, but I will get up and running again. But that way I don't have to deal with all this car driving and everything else. So I will see y'all at the flip side of my doctor's appointment. Y'all have a fabulous day. Bye.